Hello everyone, and welcome to Half Earth Day 2020. I'm Paula Ehrlich, President and CEO of the E.O. Wilson Biodiversity Foundation and lead of the Half Earth Project. Half Earth at its core is about the relationship between people and nature. We'll be traveling across this relationship throughout the day, at times more focused on the natural science that informs Half Earth, and at other times on appealing to our common humanity as part of nature and galvanizing action. We proceed in awareness that social and environmental inequities and violence against Black and Brown people and their communities hold strong implications for what we do and how we do it. Before we begin our Half Earth Day journey, I want to acknowledge specifically the relationship of Indigenous people with their ancestral lands, the exemplary tenor of that relationship, and Half Earth's imperative to attend to that relationship with intention. In the opening session, Ed and I are sitting in his state of residence and on the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Massachusetts people, who for countless years before the arrival of Europeans hunted, fished, cultivated, celebrated, and prospered on these lands and waters. I encourage you to get to know them and to seek out the Indigenous history of the place you live. The Half Earth Project honors the wisdom of the traditional owners of the lands and waters we aim to protect and their ancient ways of seeing and experiencing nature. In the spirit of the oral tradition of the Blackfoot, we aim to honor the flash of the firefly in the night, the breath of the buffalo in the wintertime, and the little shadow that runs across the grass and loses itself in the sunset. We aim to restore and protect life. We thank our Indigenous communities for their historic stewardship of life, their critical role in reaffirming and repairing our relationship with it, and their present and future partnership.
If the thing you love is being destroyed, it attracts your attention. So the world is waiting to be explored. I've been to places around the world, from New Guinea to New Caledonia to Australia to South America to the Amazon to other parts of the world. What I saw was not only the variety of life I was interested in studying, but destruction. I see the world descending into a huge mess, but with still infinite potentiality.
Hey Ed, welcome to Half Earth Day.
Well, I'm delighted to be here. I'm honored.
We're in the middle of a pandemic. There are wildfires and huge storms that seem to be a result of some extraordinary threats to our environment. We have those three problems: climate change, water shortage, and biodiversity loss, the extinction crisis. And what's unique about that third, the loss of biodiversity, is that once those species are gone, they're gone forever, right? And you've said half of all species could be gone by the end of the century.
That's right. The loss of biodiversity is the one global crisis that's irreversible. We'll reset the climate, we can do that. And we can certainly solve the freshwater problem. But with biodiversity, the amount we reduce the variety of life around us and all through the world will not be restorable, except maybe by synthetic new species created in the future, but it's not the same thing.
It is becoming more obvious that caring for the environment and human health is going to call for the best of our science and ingenuity, and also a strong sense of compassion and moral compass. What are you thinking about how we can lead scientific innovation in this moment in a new way that really can solve the problem?
The way I've conceived it and try to think about it every day, is that for scientists, the opportunities to make discoveries, to create new syntheses of information that's going to be important, is very strong in the subject of environment. I mentioned earlier that ecosystems, biology. In fact, I'm inventing that term right now as we speak, and we'll be using it later. Ecosystems biology doesn't exist in a really well-formulated content. So the scientists will find the environment, and particularly biological diversity, a very promising new field to explore and make their way into. For the public, it'll be rather comparable to the identification of diseases, the causes of diseases, and finding the way to combat them.
I mean, it's interesting that you bring up that parallel. First, there's identifying the goal that's relevant, right? Half Earth. If we protect half the Earth, we can safeguard the bulk of biodiversity, right? If our goal is to cure cancer, though, just like Half Earth, it's important how we do that, right? We have a noble goal, a moonshot. And that, as a simple, compelling idea, is one that has a lot of traction.
Every human problem that involves biology has to be solved first by understanding the problem fully. And in the case of biodiversity reduction, we have to find out what is being reduced. And it's amazing how little we know concerning the living environment. And we should set out as a major human goal to locate, identify, and understand every species on Earth, all 10 million species, if that's the right number. And this means, in practical terms, that we need a large population of specialists on different kinds of organisms. We need to attract young people coming into science and wanting to study biology. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, I was fascinated by butterflies, and I started collecting butterflies. When I became fascinated by the outdoors, I decided I wanted to do this the rest of my life. So I made a commitment as a youngster, the kind that teenagers can make if they're fortunate and have the ability to actually fulfill the ambitions that emanate from them. There's an ant. I made up my mind I would go to that university and major in biology with the aim of doing, as an adult, the same things I enjoyed doing so much as a boy, except in a more sophisticated and elaborated manner. I wonder often how many times a career has been determined that way. And I did, and it worked out that way, all the way to the PhD at Harvard, and then a professorship at Harvard. The enjoyment and the self-empowerment to be acquired by each individual are infinite. And that's the way it should be looked at. And it's so attractive, or should be so attractive, to young scientists coming in.
Yeah, I mean, what you're evoking is a sense of adventure, right?
That's what it is, it's an adventure. That's what nature has to offer us. What is nature anyway, but the rest of life? Mother Nature is a goddess of all that beyond human control. I think we worship her for reasons that we don't understand. We have a kind of innate love of natural events and natural environment, then what we're doing is renewing an acquaintance with our own origins and our own ancestry. I think we ought to really be able to see that the understanding and the love of nature is an aspect of human mental development that is urgent, and urgent for the survival of our species, each other, and so on.
And sometimes we don't really fully understand how the loss of species here might affect a whole ecosystem and cause losses of species elsewhere. It's really that understanding of all the species that's going to be the major way that we understand what those interactions are and how we can best care for our planet.
Exactly. We know that there are two aspects to conservation. One of them is just plain, obvious impact of human activities on the environment as a whole and all the species in it. And burning of the Amazon forest underway as an example. But the other way is to understand what altering the environment can do, what really happens when you put a road through an otherwise undisturbed forest, or you allow fishing or the other recreation at a particular lake, and maybe just a few species are affected and they become rare or extinct. You wouldn't know about that unless you knew what the species were and known and what's known about them in science. Once a species goes extinct, as you just said, we really need a science of ecosystems, which we do not have.
Your message is one not only of hope, but it's also one of trust, the implicit trust that within ourselves we're going to find a path forward. You said once famously that if we can bring the rest of life with us through this bottleneck, life on Earth could be a paradise.
That's right. There's no reason why we can't, by one means or other, stabilize the human population. Preferably let it drop, decline a little bit to make life for everybody a little easier, and settle in on this planet in a smaller, less injurious environment, and make fuller use of the beautiful, the intricate construction and the beauty of the natural systems that we have around us. In other words, it's a great place to live, if we decide to make it so. If we develop a better knowledge and sense of what makes the world and how it came to what it is, and what, therefore, it could become, maybe, and then that we have so much about it to discover and to take pleasure from and to live and feel security in, that planet Earth is actually still in a very good shape. I'm seeing things about this environment that I've just gone into that are potentially new, and they're interesting. The forest that no one has ever studied birds in before, the mountaintop that has a kind of butterfly on it that's not found farther down the mountain, and so on. All these things give reality and depth to your vision of what is lying before you and what you are among the first to be exploring. The more enjoyment that you get of it, the more ways you want to express what's the beauty of what you see, and the excitement of what you learn has a special name for it. One word: poetry. That's what the world has to offer us. The whole series of mysteries, of possible discoveries, of phenomena, of unexpected events, and objects and things and living organisms and so on. An infinitude almost on this planet waiting out there to be enjoyed. There's so many of us in the world waiting to be explored and savored and described.
the foundation for a new way of understanding the beautiful intricacy of our planet and how we can best steward its enduring stability is science. When E.O. Wilson conceived of Half-Earth, he imagined that we would bring together our scholarship from many walks of life, many areas of expertise and experience, and work together within the spirit of a moonshot. He imagined that by driving significant scientific innovation, we would provide leadership regarding the most effective path forward for protection of endangered species and endangered ecosystems. In this moment, as we are increasingly coming to understand how caring for all of life must be informed by science, that research is the topic of our next session, The Science of Half-Earth. I'm very pleased to introduce Walter Yetz, Professor of Ecology and Evolutionary Biology and of Forestry and the Environment at Yale University, Scientific Chair of the E.O. Wilson Biodiversity Foundation, and Scientific Lead of the Half-Earth Project Map.
Putting species on the map. Species are not just beautiful and each with a fascinating story to be told, as we've learned from some of Ed Wilson's writing. They're also the critical elements that underpin nature's benefits to people. Their populations are declining, which means we're often starting to lose some of these benefits, but nothing is as troubling, I would argue, as wholesale extinctions, because those are essentially irreversible. So how can we prevent losing species and ensure that we safeguard them for future generations? We need to put them on the map, and that means we need to deliver the best possible science and evidence that at least we're not unknowingly losing some of these species, that we support effective conservation decision making. And in essence, it means we need to identify the places that are needed to safeguard species. That's a huge effort, and we are really fortunate and excited to be able to bring together a whole large group of talented junior scientists to support this effort with models, with informatics, with taxonomic expertise. And we are convening the global scientific community, for example, under the umbrella of the Biodiversity Observation Network, to think about the essential information that is needed to address species distributions and support conservation decision making. And that allows us to, at increasingly fine spatial detail, predict, model some of those species. Here, for example, a hummingbird in South America at a kilometer resolution. And it's that sort of detail that begins to enable us a smart conservation decision making on the ground. Here, an effort led by Charles Marsh for mammals worldwide, again at a kilometer resolution here, bringing out the diversity hotspots and cold spots in really fascinating detail. Here for primates in East Africa, and it's with this sort of information that we can then begin to support the decisions regionally, the decisions that need to be taken by others, local stakeholders, that at all levels we want to support with this information to, for example, ensure that species such as the Ugandan red colobus are conserved for future generations. So as scientists, we can't dictate what sort of information, what sort of decisions might actually happen and how this information needs to be brought into the picture and brought together with other pieces. But we can at least provide that piece, and it's a really important piece. Here we are at the global scale beginning to link that information up ourselves with at least some other pieces, such as the existing reserve network, what we know about encroachment already happening in the region. And it's that sort of a combination and the use of spatial optimization procedures that bring in complementarity, so which places would combine best to provide conservation for as many species as possible going forward. And it's these sorts of approaches that give us priority maps, half-Earth maps, if you will, of where are the places that are most urgently needed to be brought under some sort of conservation management, whether that be a protected area or other approaches, so that species can be safeguarded going forward. So in yellow here, places that are particularly important. And we don't need quite yet half of the planet for this, at least not for terrestrial vertebrates, but as we think about additional groups, we need to think about more and more of these places, and we critically need to bring that together with other information. We need to offer this up to indigenous communities, to decision makers at all levels to use this information as they think about spatial planning in the regions. We need to recognize, though, that these places are very unevenly distributed across the globe, and that the tropics in particular, the biomes there, have a particularly large burden. The people there ultimately have a particularly large burden to think about how they can not just safeguard but also manage and restore some of the places there so that species aren't going extinct globally. So this requires a pulling together of the global community to make this happen. It also needs a consideration of additional dimensions such as carbon and water to ensure that we are not just optimizing biodiversity conservation but also carbon storage and water security going forward for everybody. We can extend that thinking to the marine realm here, work on marine fishes that follows a similar kind of approach, and that allows us to identify the most important places for safeguarding fish species going forward. And in this case, not just thinking about that species group, but also addressing the cost of things, or the opportunity cost, so the fishing cost, the loss to fishing economies in the region. And there are ways to ultimately optimize both so that you really minimize the burden that's placed on regional fishing economies. Now, this year is a particularly important and exciting year to think about these issues, as we are in the midst of the post-2020 biodiversity framework discussions. What is that? It's one of the conventions it came out of the Rio Earth Summit 1992. Many of you will be familiar with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the IPCC process that was associated with that brought about the Paris Agreement, a really bold agreement that nations worldwide committed to limiting temperature increases going forward. Now, we are in a similar sort of process leading up to the 21 Kunming Agreement next year that we all hope might be a similar sort of Paris moment of a bold target for biodiversity. And it's under the Convention on Biological Diversity that these negotiations are taking place. And it's in the context of these action targets that countries are currently discussing that we can think about what might be next and how we can contribute science to these efforts. There is a relatively ambitious target being discussed right now of 30% conservation of land and sea, with areas particularly important for biodiversity by 2030. There is also an emphasis on quality information, so importance of science in contributing to this, and an importance of the equitable participation by all, so all genders, all races, all types of administration, all regions, indigenous communities. Everybody should be empowered to contribute to these decisions. And that's why not just the rigorous development, but also the sharing and democratizing of this information is so important. That fits beautifully with what we're trying to support with the Half-Earth Science. And one particular concrete contribution that we're developing is an index, an indicator that's already been used in some of the assessment processes and is listed for that effort going forward under the Convention on Biological Diversity. It's a very simple metric. It's how well are countries respectively doing in conserving the species that they hold responsibility for. So how close to what would be a minimum target of conservation areas supporting a particular species are they meeting? So an SPI, a species protection index of 100, would mean that all of a country's species are sufficiently represented in either formal or informal reserves or conservation areas. How well are we doing for terrestrial vertebrates right now? We were able to quantify that, and it's not 100%. We're at about 41% on average that we are achieving. So there's a lot yet to be done to ensure that all species of terrestrial vertebrates are sufficiently safeguarded going forward. And some countries here have a particularly large burden and responsibility. Countries such as Madagascar, Australia, Philippines hold a lot of the very restricted, unique biodiversity of the world and have a lot to do, and it can't be just their responsibility. We need to pull together as a global community, which fits very much the Convention of Biological Diversity discussions. And by the way, the United States here also in the top 25 as global of countries worldwide in terms of the amount of unique biodiversity that they hold responsibility for, and still quite a bit to go. An SBI of currently estimated 55, so much more to be done in supporting conservation action. And how does this happen? Well, it happens at the regional level, at the state level, as in the US as well as in many other countries. So that's where the rubber hits the road. And in the case of California, for example, quite a substantial global responsibility that's held by just this state, over 1,700 plant species occurring in just that region. So California holds the global responsibility for these species. And we're really fortunate last year at Half Earth Day to support some of the key conversations around this responsibility and the actions and activities that might be happening in support of a Half Earth type role in California. And we had the secretary of the California Natural Resource Agency, and there we had the former governor speak to us about those opportunities, those needs. And it was immensely special when then just earlier this month, Governor Newsom of California went ahead and committed the state to 30% of land and coastal waters to be conserved by 2030. And it's the first state that's supporting the goals, this ambitious target by the Convention of Biological Diversity that's currently still under discussion. So an amazing role model here, if you will, played by the state of California. So with that, we say thank you, Governor Newsom. I thank you for listening, and I hope I was able to excite you about the opportunities and the need to bring science at the global as well as down to the regional and ultimately 1 kilometer and final spatial resolution into some of these conversations. And beautifully linking to that is a panel discussion that we're holding in about 15 minutes today on Half Earth Day, where we'll be bringing together some of the key decision makers and players in California, including the Deputy Secretary for Biodiversity, as well as at the global scale, representatives from the World Conservation Monitoring Center, as well as joining a conversation around these ambitious targets in California and how science can contribute to ensure that evidence and policy are being brought together across scale. So please join us for these conversations. And now I'm handing over to Craig Mills of Visuality to talk more about the specific exciting ways in which we can convey this information to all sorts of levels of society. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I think you'll agree when you start to look at the science and the outputs that are possible from the Half Earth Project. We are at a unique moment in time because now we have the information, and we will have more information as we go, that will allow us to embed species information at high resolution right at the center of society. And we start with the big decisions that are being taken at the intergovernmental levels right now and helping governments understand how to set their targets through the Species Protection Index. But that's just the beginning. Once targets are set, the world needs to then protect half of the planet. And when I start to think about that, I look at that as a 20-year problem. In 20 years' time, I hope half of the planet will be protected. And when I look at that, I also start to think about the last 20 years. And these are pictures of every summer over the last 20 years. So think about it, it's like a 20 summer problem, right? And when I look at that, I think to myself, okay, so as well as dealing with what's happening today, we need to prepare those young professionals or those people late in their academic careers or their education. We need to prepare them for when the moment comes where they have more influence, they are ready to join this movement and to protect half of the planet. Because whilst technology can be used for helping intergovernmental processes, It has to go way beyond that, because Half Earth is a movement. And we can supply information and we can supply science to the technically minded, but it also is being received by humans, and humans are emotional creatures, and humans will require information in a way which not only sorts out their logical mind, but also sorts out their emotional one too. And I'll give you an example of this. Let's say I want to know something about Gorongosa National Park. So I want to know where Gorongosa National Park is. So what do? I go into Google, I type in Gorongosa National Park, I go to the map and I find out where it is. But what if I wanted to get a feel of Gorongosa National Park? What if I wanted to get just a sense and a feeling of what was there? Then you'd want to present information in very different ways. Actually, the underlying data, the underlying science and technology is very similar. What is different is how you apply emotion to the design of that information. And for me, that's really important. And it's a principle we try and translate through the mapping work of Half Earth and all the technology that we're building around this. Because in these next 20 years, we are going to have to connect with people's hearts as well as their minds. So when you look at the Half Earth project map online, and this is available online to go and explore, you'll get a sense of vibrancy. You'll get a sense of the ability to explore and play. You'll see that there is science and data that underpin all of these maps, but we try and present it in a way which kind of invokes a level of exploration. So you can go to Madagascar and you can see how well they're protecting their place. You can look at what the pressures are in that area. And you can start to understand and get an appreciation and a feel for those places. For me, that's really important. Now, if we take the example of target setting and countries trying to figure out how much of their land and sea that they need to protect, then emotion comes into that too. And what we've tried to do is, through the power of this new science, allow people to explore every single country on the planet, look at the species protection indices of those places, and get a feel for those places while they're doing it. So you can go to Costa Rica, you understand that the species protection index is 52.9. And you can look at where in the country it's best to protect next, certainly for land vertebrate species. And you can look where they're protecting currently. You can start to delve into individual species. You can start to look at the composition of vertebrate species. And as we get map more and more species, you'll get more and more information, right? You can get more nerdy if you want, and you can look at all the lists, and you can go on further from there if you want to. And to try and make this as accessible as possible, if you don't have great internet speeds, then you can take this away as fact sheets and share it with people. Again, I see this as an incredibly important part of it. Now, this is cool. So you go to Costa Rica and you say, okay, so which other countries are a bit like mine? Of course, the first country you think about is Azerbaijan, right? So you go to Azerbaijan and you go, well, actually, the species protection index is similar to mine. And I'm going to see how they're doing. And I'm going to try and talk to them. I'm going to see what species are there. And I'm going to get lost in, wouldn't it be great to get lost in the exploration of the planet rather than Facebook feeds? That'd be good, right? And that's what we're trying to achieve, that sense of wonder. I just wanted to touch briefly on, again, this 20-year time horizon that we've got, that there's some forces at play here which are going to come into effect in the next probably 5 years. One of those are hardware. So soon we'll be able to put a set of glasses on, we'll be able to immerse ourselves in nature. And for me, that's incredible. Like the big hardware organizations are already putting out technology which can do this. And we're trying to set up, you'll see with the 3-dimensional work that we do with the Half Earth experience, that we're preparing ourselves for the moment when technology moves and when augmented reality, virtual reality becomes a thing which is used by more and more people. And even if it's not, certainly connectivity to each other into places are going to get higher. And this is really critical now, because those forces at play, those forces of improving technology, improving accuracy, resolution, and of science, is all going to be underpinned by something which we don't have to do anything about, which is the biophilia, right? As E.O. Wilson would say. We want to connect, humans want to be connected with nature, and we're providing a digital experience which allows them to do it. So while humans leave nature and move to cities, and urban areas, which is already happening, and nature recedes from them, which is already happening, we want to just invoke that biophilia in people by creating experiences which immerse them in nature. And if we can do that over the next 20 years, hopefully I'll be close to retirement by then, we will be able to protect half of the planet. Thank you.
Folks ask, why should I care about the ocean? I'm not anywhere near it. It doesn't affect me. Science is showing us that most of the oxygen that we breathe comes from the ocean. The funding crisis for ocean science is really, really dangerous. That is going to affect all of us.
How long is that iceberg, Tom?
It's about 3/4 of a mile long. The biggest one I've seen yet.
Some people call me Deep Sea Dawn. I got interested in oceanography as a child, and then at the age of 8, I decided I want to be an ocean geologist. I've been on many, many ocean expeditions. I've been to parts of the world underwater that very few people have seen before. I have explored places and seen places for the first time, from Antarctica to the volcanoes under the Sea of Japan. It's been great. I'm still a child inside. What I love most about the ocean is the sense of adventure and freedom. To me, the ocean is life. Growing up in Hawaii, you are part of the ocean. The ocean is sacred. We are so enamored with how much we know about the moon. We know all about the different craters of the moon. We know about Mars and Venus, but we don't have the same level of understanding of the Earth. And that's because we have not mapped the oceans at the same level of detail. I'm the chief scientist of ESRI, which also stands for the Environmental Systems Research Institute. ESRI needs a chief scientist because science underpins everything that the company produces. ESRI creates a whole series of base maps, and one of our really important base maps is an ocean base map. It shows you the world's underwater topography. To have a map, a detailed map of the entire ocean floor, is so important because it helps us to understand the totality of this planet. The oceans are doing this amazing job of absorbing the excess greenhouse gases that human activity is putting into the atmosphere. But they're absorbing a lot of heat. The higher sea surface temperatures create larger storms, maybe more frequent storms. The oceans are really the engine of climate change, so we need to understand the oceans and to map the oceans for all of those reasons.
By doing that, we've actually seen that.
When funding for science is cut, the consequences are severe.
Environments that are not conducive to.
If we don't have the funding for students, we could lose a whole generation of creative, innovative scientists to help us push forward, helping to make these discoveries with us that make all of our lives better. With the recent cuts that we've experienced, I won't say that it's completely destroying ocean science, but certainly making it more difficult for us to move forward. Our great ships of science, such as the Sally Ride and the Roger Revelle, sit in port, and everyone loses. In science, we're all trying to make a contribution. We all stand on the shoulders of those who went before us. So I'm just one of the pieces in the puzzle. If we don't make science a priority in this country the way that we have in the past, the stakes are that we will lose us. We will not be the United States of America that we have been. We will not be leaders and innovators. We will not be a force for good in the world. Science is intrinsic to who we are, to what we have become, the good things about this nation. We can't afford to go back.
My name is Peter Naskreki. I am Half-Earth Chair, and I also direct the E.O. Wilson Biodiversity Laboratory in Gorongosa National Park in Mozambique. I believe that a project as ambitious and as important as Half-Earth will succeed only if it is able to take full advantage of local taxonomic expertise, local conservation expertise, and especially in those countries that combine exceptionally high biodiversity and relatively low or nearly non-existent biodiversity exploration and documentation infrastructure. One of such countries is Mozambique, where for the last 7 years I've been leading the effort to comprehensively document the species richness and ecological complexity of Gorongosa National Park. As part of the process, we created the Wilson Lab, which I might say is probably one of the most advanced biodiversity research laboratories on the continent. And throughout this process, I have had an opportunity to work with some of the brightest, most enthusiastic students and young scientists that I've ever met. But they need our help. And so soon I will announce the Half-Earth Project Fellowship in Biodiversity Exploration and Taxonomy in Gorongosa National Park. This fellowship will achieve several goals. First and foremost, we want to increase the number of Mozambican taxonomic experts and conservationists. We'll achieve that by inviting them to 2 to 6 month long visits to Gorongosa, where they will work side by side with invited taxonomic experts to prepare them to become independent researchers and explorers of Mozambican biodiversity. We are hoping that this fellowship will also allow some of them, some of the students and scientists, to further their education and academic careers. And soon you will meet some of them, including Ricardo Gutta, who is our newest Half-Earth scholar, who will soon be attending Cape Town University, where he will study taxonomy of insects and conservation of invertebrates. And I also want to say that during this fellowship, these Mozambican taxonomists will help collect and build biodiversity data sets that then will feed directly into the map of life, which is one of the principal tools of the Half-Earth projects. And while we will start in Gorongosa, these new taxonomists will continue their work throughout the country and eventually across the entire region. They will also act as mentors and role models to to future generations of biodiversity conservationists and taxonomic experts. As Half-Earth Chair in Mozambique, my goal is to create a lasting, meaningful change in the way taxonomic and other biodiversity data are collected and made available. I hope that a few years from now, Mozambique will be the center of taxonomic expertise for at least several understudied groups of organisms, and that the data that this project generates will become a critical step towards the success of Half-Earth.
My name is Ricardo Guta. I am a Half-Earth scholar and also an entomologist and research technician at A.O. Wilson Biodiversity Laboratory in Gorongosa National Park. I study insects, which are the most diverse organisms on the earth, and because they are so tiny, there are still a lot of species that have not been yet described, and some of them face the extinction before being discovered. I'm very fascinated by studying insects because they play a key role in natural and anthropogenic ecosystems, such as participate in the nutrient cycle, pollinate plant, dispersal of seeds, and maintain soil extraction and fertility, and control population, and provide food for other organisms. My main group of study is Orthoptera, such as grasshopper, katydid, and cricket. In this group, I'm investigating their taxonomy, bioacoustics, and phylogenetic to understand the biogeographical distribution of their species and use this information for conservation purposes. I'm now applying to master program in conservation biology at Cape Town University in South Africa.
So hello and welcome back to all of you participating in the Half-Earth Day session today. We are in the science session, and we just heard and saw some wonderful stories told by video after those really inspiring clips. We are now on to the panel discussion, and I couldn't be more excited to have a most outstanding caliber of scientists, practitioners, and just all around exemplar conservationists with us today. My name is Walter Jetz. I'm the chief scientist of the E.O. Wilson Biodiversity Foundation, and I'll be moderating this panel discussion. And I have with me today virtually from Leipzig, Enrique Pereira, who is the co-chair of the Geobiodiversity Observation Network and also professor of biodiversity conservation at IDIF, Germany. Over from the United Kingdom is joining us Hilary Allison. She's head of the Ecosystem Assessment and Policy Support Program of the United Nations Environmental Program World Conservation Monitoring Center. And we have 3 participants from California. Jon Jarvis is the executive director of the Institute for Parks, People and Biodiversity at UC Berkeley. And as many of you know, he's also former director of the National Park Service. We have Dawn Wright also on the panel. She's the ESRI chief scientist and a board member of the E.O. Wilson Biodiversity Foundation. And then we're really privileged to have Jennifer Norris with us. She's the Deputy Secretary for Biodiversity and Habitat of the California Natural Resources Agency. Thank you all so much for joining us today for our panel discussion on linking evidence and policy in species conservation. Countries are stewards of their biodiversity, and their institutions, as we all know, are at the front line of the decisions that affect species on a daily basis. This year and next year, we have some really vital discussions going on internationally under the post-2020 global biodiversity framework. And many of us hope that the final outcome of that discussion of the framework development might be a Paris moment for biodiversity, a really ambitious goal to safeguard species for future generations. And in this discussion, we'll start out with the global scale, the big picture, the international frameworks, followed then by the regional scale, and then a discussion in which we're trying to bridge the scales. And it's a real pleasure to start out now with the global science policy framework discussion. And I want to head over to Hilary Allison from UNEP WCMC to start out with a brief statement. Thank you, Hilary, for joining us today.
Thank you very much indeed, Walter, for that excellent warm welcome. I'm very privileged to be here. So I just wanted to cover the sort of very general context in which all this is happening. And since the global agreement on nature at the Rio Earth Summit in 1992, which is the Convention on Biological Diversity, its 196 signatory countries have created a series of global plans to address some of the relentless declines in biodiversity. But unfortunately, the latest stocktake of progress, which was published last month, Global Biodiversity Outlook, as it's known, shows that none of the 20 biodiversity targets that we set in 2011 will be met in their entirety. And 2020 was meant to be the year to agree a new 10-year global master plan for biodiversity at the upcoming UN Biodiversity Conference, known as COP15. Indeed, thousands of us actually should have been in China right now, either as experts watching those negotiations unfold, or indeed as governments participating in the negotiations. All of us hoping, as you put it, for a Paris moment for biodiversity, when countries would set ambitious goals and they would be sufficient to finally reverse the loss of biodiversity on which we all depend. Of course, those negotiations have been postponed to 2021 by the global pandemic, hopefully not to 2022. But the new timetable for these negotiations is still uncertain, it's shifting, and there's some very real practical challenges facing the United Nations in negotiating any international agreement by remote means rather than face-to-face. But despite all of this, highly detailed preparatory work on the post-2020 framework continues, and a working group has prepared a zero draft, and conservation scientists from around the globe have been contributing to many consultation meetings on the content of the framework in the last 18 months. And there's been a real surge of relevant scientific papers on everything, from overarching concepts and opinion pieces through to really detailed proposals on goals and targets. So the zero draft includes 4 overarching goals and 20 action-oriented targets. The first goal, which is of most interest to this audience, I guess, focuses on ecosystems, species, and genetic diversity. And the goal text, as it stands, includes direct reference to reducing the number of threatened species and increasing abundance of species. Though, of course, species conservation underpins at least 2 of the other goals on sustainable use of nature to benefit people and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits of genetic resources. So tracking the number of threatened species and the abundance of species through the accompanying monitoring framework will rely directly on monitoring and modeling of species trends and the selection of rigorous indicators, which is where science can come in. And with just one working group meeting remaining to prepare a final draft of the framework for COP15, we're at a critical point in the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework process. Scientific input and advice remain key because numeric values for the goals and targets have yet to be pinned down. However, the window of opportunity for scientific inputs to the framework will gradually close the closer we get to COP15, because that's when policymakers negotiate in fine detail the wording and nuances of the plan, which is sometimes an unpredictable process coloured by political positions and different worldviews. Of course, once the framework is actually agreed, species conservation scientists take up a new role of helping to track progress through a focus on data provision, indicators, and of course, analyses of the effectiveness of delivery. So I think that's probably a good point for me to stop, and I'll hand back to Walter.
Thank you very much, Hilary. Very much appreciated. And you're obviously involved in many of these discussions and a real expert following this arena. Thank you for all your efforts there and for sharing your perspective today with us. Handing over to Enrique now. Enrique Pereira, professor at IDIF and the co-chair of the Biodiversity Observation Network, with his perspectives that are more from the academic and the scientific arena.
Thank you, Walter, and thank you also to Hilary to making a bit my work easier by providing a bit of the context. And as Hilary nicely explained, 2020 is really a key year for biodiversity. In 2010, countries established the so-called 2020 Aichi goals, these 20 targets for 2020. And both the IPBES report and more recently the Global Biodiversity Outlook report have shown that we didn't meet most of those targets. The challenge now is how do we move forward? And how do we move forward has two components. One is setting up those targets in an effective way, but also monitoring the progress towards those targets, as Hilary mentioned. And I would say that much of the challenge, personally for me, the biggest challenge is in adequate monitoring of the targets. And you cannot really do policy or management without good monitoring of what is happening on the ground. And this has been proving the most challenging aspect. In reality, the CBD has had targets since the beginning of this century. Around 2000, the first type of targets was established. There was a 2010 target. There was a 2020 target. We're now establishing post-2020 targets. There will be targets for 2030 and maybe even some more milestones towards 2050. But the monitoring of those targets has been, I'll say, the Achilles heel in many cases, where we have still not a comprehensive understanding of what's happening to biodiversity change. And so we have a very complex picture now of biodiversity change. And the big challenge, and this has been the challenge that the geoborn community has been addressing, is how do we get better data on this? And just to give you an example of how this is important in the relationship with the Earth, one of the targets that is being discussed now is in terms of protected areas. So a number is being thrown. So first, to throw a number, you already have to have some data, because you cannot throw numbers of targets without knowing where you are. So a number is now being thrown, and for area of protected areas, we know it's around 30% that is the target right now. Now, 30% of protected areas may mean a lot of things. It may mean that you have protection everywhere, but it means that you have strict protection only in 5 or 2% of that 30%. That's very different. And data is missing in understanding how effective these different types of protected areas are. And apparently, for instance, not apparently, we have shown, for instance, that in many regions in the world, deforestation is greater inside protected areas than outside protected areas. What means that in many regions of the world, protected areas are not being effective.
What are the types of things that you're most excited about right now that perhaps you see coming through, Hilary, at the very high level? Like, those are the sorts of new things that are coming in terms of indicators or ways to track progress along some of these targets. And Enrique, what are you seeing from the science side? Perhaps over to you first, Hilary.
Thanks, Walter. I mean, I think one of the great white hopes for many years has in fact been the development of really good remote sensing data. And the Sustainable Development Goals framework, it has been committed very seriously to identifying ways that remote sensing Earth observation data can actually support, rapid, perhaps not, even particularly fine-grained monitoring, but at least giving a kind of rapid, almost real-time sense of the pace of change. And that's a really, I think that's an area that we need to all work on and invest in considerably. But, initiatives like, Global Fisheries Watch, Global Forest Watch are great. And we need to kind of do more in that respect.
It's really exciting to have some of the experts of that arena who have been active for a long time and are very, very active right now in the second segment of our discussion, where we're going to talk about, yes, the United States, the Park Service, the reserves in this country, but then also California as a particular example. I'm handing over now to Jon Jarvis, who is at UC Berkeley and is the former head of the US National Park Service. Jon.
Thank you, Walter, and thank you, Hillary and Enrique, for sort of setting me up to talk about this. Having served with the National Park Service, excuse me, for 40 years, and as the director, I know very well that parks and equivalent reserves, both here in the United States and around the world, have an essential role in biodiversity conservation. And they, in my mind, they serve one as containing biodiversity hotspots, and two is that they can be refugia for species that are under stress from climate change. But unfortunately, we also know that about only 1/3 of the protected areas around the world are effectively managed. And by effectively managed, I mean, one is that the managers of that protected area have made biodiversity conservation a priority in terms of their many priorities that they have. Second, that they have a strategy for climate adaptation built in to their planning. And third is that they have a monitoring system, as Enrique pointed out, to really understand what they are managing and what its condition is. In the US National Park System, we instituted that kind of monitoring system about 20 years ago and are really collecting a great body of data about biodiversity within the US system. We also know that these parks are not large enough, that they are in many ways the core of a much larger ecosystem, a much larger landscape as well. And science can provide the data for managers to make the decisions about how to create that connectivity across a larger landscape and what resources within the park need priority and management action. And there are some really good examples in the US, for instance, like at Joshua Tree National Park here in California, where one of the species that is very vulnerable to climate change is the Joshua tree itself. And with really good science from the University of California, we were able to determine that there are places where Joshua trees can be resilient in spite of the climate changes that we're seeing. So putting those refugia as a priority for actions to prevent wildfire or invasive species or other impacts builds in resilience into those park systems, and we can monitor that and report on it to the American public as well. So what we're doing in California is really working at the ecosystem scale with a California Biodiversity Network that is really driven out of the University of California with leadership at Berkeley to bring that science to the field, to the practitioners, to the state government, to the federal government, to private landowners, to working landscapes, to look at the ecosystem scale and figure out exactly what lands need to be protected in order to contribute to a much larger effort around biodiversity conservation as well. So I actually think that the concept behind Half Earth, where we talked a lot about it at the last year when we hosted the Half Earth conference at Berkeley, and these new initiatives coming out of CBD for the 30 by 30 are achievable in California with the right commitment, the right kind of collaboration, and the right kind of science behind it.
Thank you, Jon. That obviously connects perfectly over to Jennifer Norris, who is the Deputy Secretary for Biodiversity and Habitat in California, working for the Natural Resources Agency. And I heard she may have some really exciting news to talk more about today.
Thank you, Walter, and thank you everyone for this panel. This is really great to be part of this. Yes, California, we're very excited to say, is the first state to ever commit to the 30 by 30 conservation of lands and coastal waters target that has been set. That just happened yesterday. And we're committing to that target, but we're committing to achieving it in a very collaborative way. So building on what Jon described, as part of our 30 by 30 strategy, we also are establishing the California Biodiversity Collaborative, which is a platform to bring together scientists and government entities to work together around issues of biodiversity. And we have 4 main goals, which will govern our approach, which is that we want to understand our biodiversity and the threats they face. That's where science absolutely comes in. Protect our species and ecosystems, obviously. Restore imperiled species and ecosystems. And I think most fundamentally, engage and empower all Californians to sustain our natural places and common home. We really want this collaborative to bring in other groups that haven't necessarily been engaged in the biodiversity space and ensure that as we're protecting 30% of our land, we're also considering equitable access for all Californians. So that Biodiversity Collaborative, it brings together the network that Jon described, and it also brings together a group of a Biodiversity Council, which is state and federal and local governments that work together on what their priorities are. And the idea is really to make sure that science is informing our policy decisions, and also that policy needs are driving on science. I've been in academia and I've been in government, and it's clear to me that a lot of times those folks are talking in different rooms. And so the Biodiversity Collaborative is really interested in bringing those people into the same room. And sometimes there's amazing science happening in academia that government scientists don't know how to access, or they can't use, or it isn't in the right format for them to sort of consider for their decision making. So we're really interested in bringing that together into one space, and also sort of getting down into those even more sub-regional conversations and making sure that we're taking the best of what California has to offer and bringing it into state government to help drive our priorities and how we strategically invest our resources. So I'm really excited about that, and I'm excited to be part of this group and this conversation because you all are really important to the work that we do. So thank you. Thank you, Walter.
Thank you, Jen, and that's really wonderful. Congratulations to your team and the governor's office.
Thank you.
For really, being a role model here in so many ways, with the ambition and with the approach to bringing science and policy together. That's why it's so great to have you on today. And this leads also really excellently over to Dawn Wright, who is the chief scientist at Esri. Because as we just heard, the sharing of information, the spatial analysis is obviously at the heart of some of this decision and decision support. So that fits very well with Dawn's background, but there is more, right, Dawn? Over to you.
Yes, there's more. Thank you very much, Walter. And I'm extremely excited to be part of this conversation, very honored. And I'm speaking to you from near Joshua Tree National Park. So I appreciate the mention there by Jon of that very important ecosystem. I would like to just take a couple of minutes to talk at the local scale about an effort that we hope will be a very important contributor to Half Earth, certainly to the California 30% and the California Biodiversity Collaborative that we've heard about from Jen, all the way up to contributing to the global goals, the essential biodiversity variable effort, and so forth. And this is the Jack and Laura Dangerman Preserve. This is a very special place in California that was made possible by the vision and generosity of my bosses, Jack and Laura Dangerman, the co-founders of Esri, who in December 2017 donated $165 million to the Nature Conservancy. It's the single largest gift in the history of that organization, in order for them to purchase this globally significant natural area and to protect it for future generations. This area, it's at Point Conception. So if you know the California coast, this is that great place where the coast takes that right angle turn. Many people talk about it as the last perfect place in California. The preserve, the Dangerman Preserve, covers about 24,000 acres or 38 square miles. It's about the size of San Francisco. It provides now land-sea protection because it's also adjoining to the Point Conception State Marine Reserve. So there are 8 miles of coastline that are part of this preserve. Also, the 20 square mile Halama watershed is part of this. And don't have time to show maps and so forth, but you can go to nature.org/Dangerman Preserve to see maps and visuals. This is really exciting, really important, because this place is a linchpin, we hope, of regional protection and also ecological connectivity, because it provides that across natural areas of the national forest lands to the east and to the south of this area, to the Vandenberg Air Force Base coastal area to the north. And Point Conception it's really at an ecological crossroads where northern and southern marine and terrestrial ecosystems converge. Hence, we've got a rich stew of biodiversity right here. There may be as many as 700 species. About 10% of them are threatened, endangered, or declining. We have predators, prey, rich fauna and flora that are quite unique, many of which are found nowhere else on the planet. Many species here are at the edge of their ranges. For instance, the tanbark oak ranges from the Oregon border all the way down to Point Conception. The California Corbina fish ranges from Baja all the way up to Point Conception. And again, there are only a handful of places in the world like this. Quite a biodiversity hotspot. And then from the standpoint of data, especially as Enrique talked about the importance of monitoring on the ground and combining different types of data across spatial and temporal scales, this place is now becoming wired. We're calling it wild and wired. It's being surveyed with drone surveys, light detection and ranging from aircraft, conservation apps and sensors at the local scale, all the way up to satellite imagery at the broader scale. So this is helping us to realize the concept of a digital twin, a virtual representation of this place that bridges the gap between the physical and digital worlds. And certainly speaking to what Hillary asked of the scientific community in terms of a place to access this data for policy.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dawn. It's so exciting to see that reserve go in. Also something that just happened over the last couple of years and so special. And I'm really just thrilled by how we are actually connecting the scales here in this conversation, in this panel, in this short time we have, right? Going from global all the way down to a very particular place. And that leads me a little bit to my question then also, right? How Dawn, you emphasized how in this case, in this particular preserve, the important biodiversity, the threatened biodiversity coincides with that location. And thanks to a lot of research in California, we knew that, and it was well placed in that regard. A question to you for first regionally, but then also globally. I want to open this up, this discussion. How could we ensure that these links between the evidence base and the information and then the action, the decisions and the proactive actions by donors or NGOs or governments happen in a way that really ensures safeguarding species for future generations, safeguarding biodiversity?
Well, that's the challenge, right? I mean, I think one of the blessings and one of the challenges really is that so many different people are gathering data at different scales and with different platforms and storing them in different places. And I know that it's not, I don't even think it's possible, but maybe Don will correct me, to try to bring that all into one common data set. There are a lot of people who want to try, but having worked with data, that makes my head hurt. But that said, I think that to me, a first important step is really getting people aware of what is out there. We waste a lot of time reinventing the wheel.
That's a fantastic point to bring up. One of the things that's happening at the Dangerman Preserve is that there are early career researchers from UC Santa Barbara, UCLA, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, as well as USGS, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Smithsonian, Point Blue Conservation Science, and they are all scientists trying to meet those scientific goalposts, but they are so excited about use-inspired science and the idea that this science can be communicated beyond just the scientific journals to citizens for more engagement and collaboration, to the state, to the world. And part of what they are excited about building is a digital collaborative. And I agree with Jen, there's no one data set to rule them all. I think a better analogy is that you've got a system of Lego blocks that build upon each other, that interconnect. And with the persistent imaging that we have at the preserve with the drones and the satellites and the sensors, we are also building a platform to help people tell stories about those data using story maps, and to create apps so that policymakers, other government officials, educators, the whole cadre of the audiences that we're trying to reach, conservationists, resource managers, as well as scientists, can make sense of these data and then can run with it.
So thanks, Dawn. And of course, not everywhere in the world do we have the resources and the capacity, right, to put to this effort as we do in California. But I'm really excited about the general lessons that we might learn here, right, about remote sensing. Many of the remote sensing products are global and high resolution. Some of these technologies are becoming cheaper and cheaper. It's possible to engage citizen scientists everywhere, and democratizing some of this information and putting it into the hands of people everywhere will probably be one of the keys of engaging them in some of these decisions. So California, clearly, with the right decisions, there will be the sort of species benefit that will arise in terms of preventing species extinctions going forward. But that 30% number may not be the right number everywhere. It may not be as higher number to safeguard all species in the United Kingdom, because many of those species occur in many other places. So if you think about preventing global extinctions and the reserve network in that regard, what are your thoughts, perhaps starting with Enrique and then over to Hillary on how this 30% could play out globally if it becomes indeed the target, and what could be the tweaks or modifications to the wording or to the implementation that we may need to be mindful about to really ensure this framework is doing the best possible to safeguard species.
So indeed, Walter, 30% may be too little or too much, depending on the area. And it also depends on what those 30% mean. 30% may mean very differently in California than it will mean, let's say, in France or in Germany. In Europe, the new biodiversity strategy that we had approved this summer for Europe also has the 30%, but in addition, and this is one of the major changes here in Europe, is that now there is also a target for strict protection. So it's 30%, but of those 30%, 1/3 should be strict protection. And this is really important because in reality in Europe, it's estimated that less than 3% of the area is strictly protected. And so while it's very easy for Europe to go from 25 to 30, right now we are at 25% protected area. It's not really very meaningful, in my opinion. But going from 2 or between 2 and 3% and 10% of strict protected area, this is extraordinarily difficult, starting with Germany or France. It's so challenging because it's just increasing by a factor of 5 or even a factor of 10 in some countries, the area that has to be strictly protected. And so I do think we need qualifiers for what it means to be protected. And it's very different to have, let's say, sustainable use, to having areas where the biodiversity protection is the main goal. But it's also important to place this protection in the right places, as you were saying. And so it's very heterogeneous across countries, and within countries and within regions, very, very heterogeneous. There is not a single measure that fits all. But this 10% strict, 30% protective can be very inspirational and help move this conservation forward.
Hilary, how do you think the policy arena could ensure that these aerial targets translate into actual species safeguarded?
Well, we've been touching on a really interesting kind of dilemma in this whole negotiation process, that these sort of large, global goals, 30% or whatever the number may be, are, as Enrique said, sort of highly dependent on, national circumstances. And this is a favorite phrase of the negotiators, saying, according to national circumstances or whatever. But, what we mustn't forget is that the Convention on Biological Diversity places a duty on every country to prepare a national biodiversity strategy and action plan. And when the new framework comes in, those will obviously go through a cycle of eventually being reformatted and rephrased so that the national contribution to that global goal can be described fully. And the real trick is whether that's the sum of all those national commitments and national actions actually add up to the global target, be that for species conservation or for ecosystems or whatever it might be. And that's the real trick. And so there is a potential danger that we end up with an implementation gap and a commitments gap. People will say we can commit to do this, we can commit to do that, whether it, whatever it may be about. But if it doesn't add up to the global ambition, then we're in a real, we've got a real challenge here. So I think that's one of the key things that that the sort of the species conservation community and the general science community will have to kind of really keep a weather eye out for when it comes to the negotiations around the new post-2020 global biodiversity framework. So that's a really interesting and difficult conundrum, I think.
Thank you, Hilary. And I think that maybe yet another opportunity for leadership, actually looking at Jen here and in thinking again of California as a model, right? Will California make sure that all the species are accounted for, that species extinctions perhaps are going to be not greater than background rate of extinctions usually would be. With that, we're coming to the end of our discussion today. Actually, I just want to hand over to Jon and Jen and Dawn for final time with comments on that particular question or any closing comments from their end. Perhaps starting with Jon, thanks.
Well, thanks, Walter, and thanks for everybody for your incredible contributions to this discussion. I think we need to remember that when the nations, when they gather for the CBD and they talk about national circumstances, they're really talking about political and public support for the effort. And so I think we all have incumbent on us an effort around educating the public around the value of biodiversity conservation. That there tends to be a lot of blank stares out there when you talk about it, unfortunately. And that to recognize that this work it's not a loss to conserve biodiversity through protection or making strict protection. It's an investment. It's an investment in the future. for all values, health, welfare, lifestyle, economy, a whole number, access, recreation, and biodiversity. And so we need to be better at communicating this work in a way that captures the excitement of the public, regardless of country, in order to achieve these goals. And I think in California, sometimes it's a little easier because we have a fairly environmentally aware populace, but there's still some challenges. And so I think that's an area that we also need to focus on as we move forward.
Thank you, Jon. Dawn, any final comments from your end on this topic?
Well, I think also there is the idea of the importance of biodiversity in terms of pandemics. I mean, that's another linkage that we haven't had the opportunity to talk about. But as we destroy the biodiversity of this planet, we are also making ourselves more vulnerable to these diseases that jump from the animal species to us. But that's another, again, another panel. I think, and it's been wonderful to be part of this conversation, and the idea of assessing these species so that they are no longer in danger. I think another important effort is to assess their importance, or how much they're being stressed. Not only what species are where and when, but which are the most in danger. So as we tie that activity into our efforts as well, such as an existing map of biodiversity importance now exists for the United States, that will be very helpful to our efforts as well.
Thank you, Dawn. And I'll give the final word from the panelists here to Jen. Thank you.
Well, thanks. I want to echo sort of what Jon said, which is what Governor Newsom said when he signed the executive order establishing the goal and establishing the collaborative, that we should approach biodiversity conservation from a mindset of abundance, not consider it a zero-sum game, but see it as part of what makes being human possible. And I thought that was really important, that thought that it's abundant. It's a win-win for everyone. And I also want to say, as an ecologist, I think probably you all share this with me, I see the world as all interconnected, what piece links to what other piece. And being part of this panel just makes me feel interconnected with all of you in this global effort. And that's just really inspiring. And I'm so delighted to be part of this group. And I'll be reaching out to you for support and guidance moving forward, because California really wants to make a difference. And I'm grateful for everyone's contribution to taking care of our planet. So thank you. Thank you, Walter, for setting this up. It's really been wonderful.
Well, thank you all for participating. And those were some excellent closing remarks, Jen. It was really special. We really bridged here the scales from a local single reserve and the outstanding opportunities arising from there all the way to the globe and those important framework discussions that are going on right now. So obviously, we only touched on some of the many facets that are important in this arena of linking evidence and policy and species conservation. But it was a really special moment for me, for sure, to have this discussion with you and try and bring this all together in 45 minutes or so. Thank you so much for your time and your participation, and all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Norina Vicente, and I am a half-earth scholar. I am a zoological research technician in Gorongosa National Park, and also I am an entomologist in training. My group of study is insects which people are not used to see them, and this group are ants. So ants have a great role in our ecosystem, not just for our ecosystem, but also for ourselves. My goal is to become a taxonomist and ecologist. I want to follow area which study the ecology, evolutionary, and conservation, because I believe that we cannot protect something that we don't know, or maybe protect something that we even know that exists. We know that in these days we have a lot of species that are undescribed, but also we have species that are undescribed and are already going extinct. So that's why it's so important to come up with taxonomy, because with taxonomy we can describe all the species that we have. But better than that is to adopt strategy to protect them. So I think with that I can help in terms of contributing of taxonomy of ants, but also other organisms, to better protect them.
My name is Ana Gladys da Conceição. I am a master's student and I'm also a half-earth scholar. I study ecology, taxonomy, and biology of mammals, especially a group of organisms that are misunderstood, but they play an important role in ecosystems. These organisms called bats. Bats are a very good seed dispersal and also are very good pollinators. They can help us to restore forests, for example, Gorongosa Mountain. Also, bats are very good pest controls. Despite to use insecticide, we can preserve or we can conserve bats and their habitats. For example, the bat can help us to prevent malaria because they eat mosquito. Next time when you see a bat flying around your house, don't injure them, don't kill them, because bats are our friends.
One of the best ways we can care for our planet and achieve the goal of Half Earth is to understand everything we can about the species of our planet and how they work together in ecosystems to support our lives. E.O. Wilson's sense in this moment is that if everyone, especially young students, participates in the discovery and experiences the honor and privilege of creating and improving our understanding, that it will be a transcendent moment for ourselves and for our planet. Transformative moments of discovery that guide our lives in a new direction are rare and special moments. So to all the educators and communities for a Half-Earth future joining us today, thank you for renewing our sense of common purpose during this critical time, and for inspiring and connecting students and people everywhere with the natural world. I'm very pleased to introduce Dennis Liu, Vice President of Education at the E.O. Wilson Biodiversity Foundation, lead of the Half-Earth Project Educator Ambassador Program, and moderator of our next session, Inspiring the Next Naturalist.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the education session of Half-Earth Day 2020. I'm so glad that you've joined us to celebrate Half-Earth Day, and now in particular to learn more about how we're engaging the next generation stewards of our planet. Many of the presenters and panelists that you are about to meet have connected with us through our Half-Earth Project Educator Ambassador Program. Our Ambassador Program was launched in 2018 during Half-Earth Day celebrations at the American Museum of Natural History. During Half Earth Day 2018, we offered a workshop exclusively for educators focused on ways to engage students in the challenge of making conservation decisions to reach the goal of Half Earth. We also introduced educators to the beautiful digital Half Earth map. More than 80 teachers attended the workshop. It was oversubscribed, and it was an amazing, energetic, really fun session. Many of those teachers then signed up to become our first Half Earth Project educator ambassadors. The ambassadors are a network of people devoted to finding ways to bring biodiversity and conservation learning to their students across the curriculum and in many disciplines, not just the sciences. There's lots of opportunity for all sorts of people to think, learn, and weigh in on how we can conserve biodiversity. I'm happy to say that 2 years later, we have nearly 600 educators in our ambassador network, along with several hundred members of a private Facebook group. If you're happen to be a middle school, high school, or college teacher, I hope that you'll consider joining our network. We also have educators who work in nature centers and museums and other out-of-classroom places, and they are fantastic contributors to this network. Now, if you're not a teacher, I'm sure that you know one, and I hope that you'll share our ambassador program with any teachers you happen to know who might be interested. Well, our network continues to grow every week, as does the collection of resources that we offer for teaching biodiversity and conservation. Our ambassador pages feature dozens of resources that can help educators and be adapted in a variety of ways for all sorts of classroom and learning settings. And so we hope that you'll check out those resources. Now, in this session, you're going to meet some inspiring people, including E.O. Wilson himself, talking about the new graphic adaptation of his memoir, Naturalist. You'll meet a teacher who enabled his students to restore an exhausted farmland adjacent to their school. This land is now a haven for biodiversity and a living laboratory that's cherished by the entire community. You'll also learn about what cities are doing to protect biodiversity and enable all the young people that live in urban environments to experience nature close to home. I hope that you can stay with us to the end of this session so that you can hear from 4 amazing Half Earth Project educator ambassadors talking about the challenges they face as teachers, but also talking about why they're so optimistic about their students' ability to take action to help protect our planet's precious biodiversity. Many of the session's participants have agreed to join the live chat and answer questions as this session runs today. And now, in our first segment, you'll meet an amazing educator with the ambition of bringing cutting-edge science and exploration live into the classroom. To achieve this goal, Joe Grabowski started an organization he calls Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants. And in just a few short years, this organization has grown to reach hundreds of classrooms and thousands of students worldwide.
Nico, how long will it take for the rhino to fully recover? Is it going to be sluggish for another hour or so? We're heading out into the field in South Africa with Nico from Rhino 911. Rhino 911 is an incredible organization that uses helicopter to get out into the field to assist, rhinos in danger from poaching.
Good afternoon to everybody there, and nice having you live streaming with us today. Thank you so much.
It takes 30 seconds, then he's fully awake.
Well, welcome, Joe. Thanks so much for taking the time to participate in Half Earth Day 2020. How are you doing today?
I'm good, Dennis. Great to be joining in. Thanks for thinking of us.
Well, Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants, you've collected explorers, scientists, adventurers who are willing, through video technology, to come into classrooms around the world live.
It's home to over 150,000 gannets.
Joe, have you got visual?
Yeah, we've got a visual. We can see them on the ground.
Yeah, so we're gonna just gonna put away the camera.
You know, you started this effort a couple of years ago. I want to start off by just give me some metrics. You know, what's your reach these days?
Sure. Yeah, so we launched September 2015. We've probably run well over 2,000 live events. Hundreds of thousands of students across North America have joined in live and interacted via camera spots. And then we've worked with scientists and explorers for these events from over 80 countries. So we've got this great community of educators across North America, getting close to 10,000 strong now, who are taking part in these events and bringing the world live into their classrooms.
Yeah. So we're going to put the website up so people can see, encourage them to visit. Obviously, it's easy enough to find Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants. Now, you know, your mandate and your network is very broad. In other words, all aspects of science and many aspects of conservation. And as you know, our focus is really biodiversity, species, conservation. That's really our focus. So I was so impressed this past summer when you did Global Biodiversity Festival. Just tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I mean, we were right in the middle of the COVID lockdown, and you know, a lot of the reason why we're in this situation is biodiversity loss. You know, coming more as habitat is lost, we come more into contact with wild animals. Ecosystems lose kind of that buffer of biodiversity that they need to help protect against things like this. So it seemed like a good time to celebrate biodiversity and really kind of shed a light on it. May 22nd is the International Day for Biodiversity. We planned a 3-day virtual festival for the general public. We pulled 68 amazing speakers, conservationists, scientists, explorers from all around the world. We broadcast the weird and the wonderful. We shared the challenges life is facing and also some of those good news conservation stories, and ended up having over 100 countries tuning in live and produced a really cool book based off the festival with the scientists and explorers sharing their perspectives from their work on biodiversity.
Now, Joe, both of us have talked about, you know, we both have a passion and recognize the power of citizen science and community science these days. And again, you know, sort of focused on biodiversity and observing nature. You've started another new initiative that you're calling Backyard Bio. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I mean, we take students around the world, but the hope is that they'll learn about issues and species and things around the world, and then kind of turn a lens back on their communities and see what's similar, what's different, and you know, how can they have an impact at a more local level. Backyard Bio is all about, especially with kind of the uncertainty around how classes came back, whether they're live in the classroom, whether they're at home doing distance learning. We want an activity they could all take part in and get outside. So we've encouraged students all September long to get outside, document the biodiversity in their area using apps like iNaturalist and Seek. Submit them to us. I think we're getting close to 15,000 observations that have come in so far this month, which is pretty cool. And then we're connecting some of those classrooms in different locations together so that they can compete against each other in like a friendly competition, who can spot the most. Really kind of shares that message with students that our planet is resilient. If we give it space, if we give it protection, it can bounce back.
Ben, be real loud, okay?
Hello, Ben.
Why do they like that island so
To
much?
tune in on some of your programs and have your questions answered. I mean, I can tell, I know it's inspiring to kids, and you know, it just livens up the classroom in a way that would be hard to do, you know, any other way. Thanks for all this great work and for sharing this story with us, and look forward to continue to work with you in the future.
Yeah, absolutely, Dennis. My pleasure. And yeah, I hope any educators tuning in head over to exploringbytheseat.com, because 50 events a month, lots of opportunities. I bet will fit somewhere in your classroom.
Sounds great. Thanks, Joe. So Jim, tell me about Land Lab. What is Land Lab and how did it get started?
So Land Lab is a conservation restoration project that was started by students about 7 years ago. and in my AP environmental science class. And their goal was to give back to the environment, increase biodiversity, to create an area where education could really happen on the ground. And more students getting involved, more and more partners. And now we have about 100 acres of prairies and wetlands and forests for the community and the students to go out and kind of engage in outdoors.
So if I'm understanding right, this is land that is directly adjacent to the school and was cornfield?
Yeah, so when it first started out, we had a piece of land that we purchased, and put a school on, and then we had some additional land out there in case we wanted to build another school. So all total, in front of the building and behind the building, there was about 125 acres that was just being leased out to a tenant farmer for corn and soybeans. And when the students started working on this project, that seemed like a likely place to start a restoration project, because they thought that was an area that we could definitely impact the biodiversity.
What's your advice to a teacher who would like to do something like this?
So our district has gotten heavily involved in what is called project-based learning. And I've become just a huge believer in that over the years now. This project and all the time that it consumes is far and above the best thing I've ever done. And I think, when we really look at what we want to accomplish in education, we want kids who not just, learn content, but understand the processes of thinking, to understand the processes of problem solving, life-changing to some degree. They had an opportunity to do something. And when I first started teaching this class on environmental science, it can be overwhelming. The fact that they've been able to engage in solutions has made all the difference in the world for these kids. They're optimistic about their futures. We've got things we got to do, but they feel that they can actually do them. They feel like they can have some impact on things moving forward. And if we can give that to kids, we've given them everything.
Like, so much land these days is used for development. Like, if there's any available space, it seems like our first priority is to figure out how can we make money off of that? How can we develop it, build on it, whatever it might be. And so to see land like that right outside of a school be set aside for the environment, for the natural world, that to me is really meaningful. Where somebody might drive by and just see a field full of weeds, I want them to see the animals and the birds and the things that are using that field and those marshes and those ponds. It's a special place that I want to help connect the community to.
So if you were explaining what the Land Lab was to someone who didn't know what it was, how would you explain it? Like, what is the Land Lab?
I describe it as a great place to learn, a great place to have for a school, a great place to just interact with a lot of things that you don't get at regular schools.
Something to let you know, to learn about animals and to respect nature.
And expand our learning and be outside to learn.
One of the original objectives of the Land Lab was to increase biodiversity. And in fact, that was probably the number one objective when this all started. We've done that to a very high degree.
Yeah, so the soras are, they're just kind of almost like little chicken-like birds that live in wetlands. And if I'm patient enough and quiet enough, I could probably get some pictures of them. Some pretty cool photos of them. At the Land Lab, I've seen 143 species. Total on the page, there's been 144 identified. So there's one that someone has seen that I haven't. I don't know which one it is, but yeah, we're up over 140 species just there at the Land Lab.
We've created something that is a true treasure and has really increased biodiversity. Not just birds. I mean, we've got mink now in the Land Lab, which is a really unique species. And not only unique from the sense that they're there, but from the educational opportunities that come from that, the research opportunities. We have one of the only pictures. There's been two since 1943 of a mink actually consuming a bullfrog as a food source, and we have one of those pictures taken in our Land Lab.
And I bet there was 40 people there planting trees. It was whole families. It was parents, it was their kids, and a lot of the parents were still in their business clothes. which just blew my mind. They were out there wanting to help plant those trees, you know, and knowing that they didn't have a lot of time. So to have them out there was truly inspiring to me. The idea of the burn is it kind of sets back the invasive species, and the prairie plants that have kind of evolved to deal with fire recover much faster from the fire than the invasive plants do, and as a result you give those a boost and you keep your invasives down. And where we're able to burn, we don't have a problem with invasive species at all. The fact that we are where we are with the Land Lab, I think, is a testament to the generation that I teach. I've been an environmentalist all my life. I've been a pessimist for most of it. The Land Lab has made me an optimist. I believe that we can solve the problems we face, and I believe that it's this generation that will do that. Personally, as a teacher, it is the single greatest educational project I've ever been involved in. I think the true importance of the project is something else that I believe very strongly in the ability of this generation to make a difference, to make a change.
We planted like 200 trees out there, and it would be really cool because over the years they're going to grow, and then maybe when my brother or sister is in that grade, they're going to be huge. So that'd be really cool to know that we planted those and that they've worked so well. It's almost like our Marco and Granville. Totally.
Rod and Mason are here to tell us a little bit about an amazing place called the Land Lab. And they also made this, along with some other students, made this film about the lab. But I wanted to start off just by asking you guys what you're up to now. What are you doing these days, Rod?
Well, I'm a third year at The Ohio State University. I'm living off campus with some friends right now while I study landscape architecture.
Oh, cool. How about you, Mason?
I'm currently a student at the University of Cincinnati, where I study international affairs and Spanish.
So both of you attended Granville High School, and as part of that, you were involved with the Land Lab. Tell me about what is Land Lab? So
the Land Lab was originally a project that came out of a bunch of students who were taking the AP Environmental Science class at the high school. And they do these things called Take Action projects, which is run by Mr. Redding. And essentially what he does is he just has students work on a project throughout the course of the year where they can take what they're learning in the environmental science class and institute it in like a hands-on project.
The Land Lab is full of, it's biodiverse, it's plants, and it's an area that animals that were used to be here and that were gone, return to. Anyone who knows Mr. Redding has taken any class with him knows about the Land Lab.
I love that. So as you come up, you're aware of this, and there's a legacy of that.
I think it has definitely had an influence on the community, but I still feel like not enough people know about it, which was one of the reasons we decided to make a documentary in the first place.
The interviews with the kids is really what got me, they're so passionate. And I was thinking, back in intermediate school, I didn't have any sort of passion like at all, like this, I was like most intermediate schoolers, often doing my own thing, focusing on whatever, and these kids are out there planting trees, knowing that in 30 years that's where their efforts are going to show and stay there.
That just really resonated with me, because I was like, oh, now I have this documentary that I can show people, and I'm like, I could have just stopped when COVID happened and we all got sent home. But then because Rod was being so supportive with helping me with gather the footage and edit it together, I was kind of like, oh, let's just keep doing this. I really like what we're doing. And then now it's getting picked up by USA Today and getting in the local paper, and cool to see how all of these things are going together. And now we're kind of getting to leave our mark too.
I'm really glad that we could all get together to have this discussion, because it's just such a great community that you've put together there in Vermont. It started with attending Half Earth Day in 2018?
Yeah, that's right, Dennis. I had the very good fortune of knowing Ed Wilson, so I knew about Half Earth and what he was up to. And several years ago, I moved to Vermont and got very interested in the conservation work happening in the state and was incredibly impressed. And I thought we needed to do more too. So as a result of that, I started like networking and talking to people like Walt and Sandra, and they talked to other people. And we gathered a little crew of, I think, 10 people, and we all traveled down to the Museum of Natural History for Half Earth Day in October of 2018.
I participated in the mapping activity at the Ambassador Workshop, and it was a really hands-on experience and forced, at least in the workshop, adults to have conversations about how we value the land and people and making decisions about how to protect parts of the US. And that's an activity I brought back to my classroom, and I've done 3 times now over the past 3 years. And it's a different experience each time. But what I love about it is it raises kids' awareness of what is protected land. A lot of them, they know that they're preserves and national parks, but so they learn a little bit about what protected areas are and where they're located in the US. And that's a new experience for them. And then they're given the challenge to try to protect 50% of the US. And they engage in conversations about, where do humans reside and how do we value timber and where do we need agricultural hubs in the US. And no student pair necessarily approaches it the same way, but the takeaway is it's a complex task to try to come up with 50% of the land conserved.
And I love that every solution to this design challenge is different. Every team comes up with something different. This is a broad coalition. There's lots going on. And in addition to education, there's really an effort to take conservation action.
We sort of started reaching out to this extensive list of potential partners in Vermont. And Vermont's a small state. It's a largely forested state. And so it's got an incredible biodiversity as it stands right now, from the shores of Lake Champlain up to the Green Mountain ridges. And so, and we're really lucky to have a lot of dedicated conservation scientists in the state who have been really looking at the similar kinds of questions that really Ed Wilson has posed, and how do we work in inhabited landscapes, and figure out how to conserve as much of the biodiversity as possible. But what also came through with these meetings, but we convened a gathering of about 100 people out at North Branch Nature Center, was that, well, wouldn't it make sense if we focused at the watershed level? And the watershed, we have a major watershed, the Winooski River watershed here in Vermont, and it really, it kind of was a chance to, how do we look at biodiversity at the same time as we're looking at water quality issues, at the same time we're looking at local food production. All these came together, and really our focus became on how do we reach the community, especially educators, and work with those educators who are working with students and are working with their communities to really implement the science. So that was our plan.
Open it up a little generally to the group. Tell me a little bit more about, what does the Alliance look like today? How do you feel about the, progress of the last couple years, and maybe a little bit of what are you thinking about going forward?
In one of our meetings last year, we talked about how we can educate some of the teachers across the state about biodiversity. And so this past summer, the North Branch Nature Center hosted a biodiversity course for teachers. And it was primarily targeted toward middle and high school teachers. And we had a pretty good turnout considering the COVID restrictions. I think we were at our max with this class. And I think the best part for me was that it was primarily made up of teachers in my district. So I was able to get other middle school and high school teachers to take this course with me. to just increase their awareness of biodiversity across the state. And so that was a huge success. And then from there, we designed a BioBlitz in our whole district. So we've got the 2 middle schools and the high school battling it out in a BioBlitz this week.
I'd love to pivot to Eric. So Eric, maybe just a quick word about this this field naturalist program that you were part of, and your project to uncover some of these stories, to dig into some of these great half-Earth stories there in Vermont.
Yeah. So I just graduated this spring from the Field Naturalist program at the University of Vermont, and it's a program that teaches students how to tie together all the different field disciplines and understanding how natural areas work, from geology to forestry to botany, and to sort of be detectives on the landscape and understand how the landscape works. And then we also focus heavily on communication. And instead of doing a master's thesis, we do a master's project. And so Walton, the rest of the Vermont Alliance for Half-Earth, contacted my program and asked if there was a master's student that could help them out furthering these half-Earth ideas in Vermont. And I applied because I'm very interested in biodiversity and very concerned. So I applied, and they thought that I would be a good person to work with them. And they gave me this really wonderful sort of open-ended project that at least I interpreted as, let's see what we can do to help out the Vermont Alliance for Half-Earth further their goals for the next year. And so I did some thinking, and through these meetings at North Ranch Nature Center, we all kind of realized that Vermont already has the science to conserve all of our biodiversity. We have a fantastic map that designates, I think, about 60% of the state as being both intact and really important for biodiversity, conserving biodiversity. And it also has management practices that are recommended in each of those locations. So it's kind of the holy grail of Half-Earth's goals, a map that tells us where we need to protect biodiversity and what we need to do there. Nature is such a great way to, care for the people around us in our communities. And I hope people stop seeing it as a conservation of nature as this sort of side project that some people care about and the rest of us don't. Yeah.
Well, that's great. Thanks for that, Eric. And once again, thanks everybody. Thanks so much for taking the time to have this discussion and share what you're doing and what you've learned up there, up in Vermont.
Hi everybody, it's Tim Beatley here from the University of Virginia. Happy to have this time to talk a little bit about the Biophilic Cities and its connection to Half-Earth. I had a hand in helping to create this global network of cities around the idea of biophilia, which is something that E.O. Wilson has had such an important role in popularizing and helping us understand. It forms the basis for our vision of what cities can and should be in the future. Biophilic cities are profoundly natureful. They work to connect their residents to the natural world, and they do everything possible to incorporate nature into the design of that place, from rooftop gardens to living facades to food-producing gardens to urban wildlife, incorporating trees and forests and biodiversity in all forms. We imagine a immersive nature, a nature in which humans living in cities are not separate from, but are a part of the natural world. Let's start out by visiting a neighborhood in Portland, Oregon, where we find a very unique species, the Voxus swift. These swifts have lost much of their original old-growth forest habitat, but they've adapted by taking up life in the city as they move through the city during the month of September, roosting in very dramatic fashion, a chimney in an elementary school.
So we're in Northwest Portland at the Chapman School, which is home to what we believe is the largest Vox swift roost in the entire world. They're in the process of migrating. They spend their breeding season up here in the Pacific Northwest into British Columbia. They're a long-distance migrant. And one of the things that swifts do is they form these giant communal roosts. They all gather together in the evening And if we still had many around, they would roost in hollowed out old growth trees. They would use hollow trees to roost. We don't have a lot of those left, and so they've substituted chimneys. It's a very pleasant evening on the hillside. It's a fun place for kids to play. You'll see them sliding down the hill on cardboard boxes. Good place to picnic. Just a place that builds community, and I think it's just an incredibly positive thing to see a community come together like this in the middle of a city around nature.
And it's fun and entertaining for families, but this has a lasting educational impression on the young people. And I think for many of them watching this, the spectacle of nature, it's a lifelong memory. A number of our biophilic cities also have programs for educating kids about nature and actually incorporating nature into the teaching mission of schools. One wonderful example in the Atlanta area is the Chattahoochee Hills Charter School. And it's a very different kind of school. The kids come prepared every day with their coats, their boots, and they're prepared to be outside. And they're prepared to take their lessons and to take their math and their science and to go out into the forest. Let's hear from a few of the kids involved in that program.
Great. We came up here sometimes and we planted something.
We have to plant them and we have to learn and know what they are, and we have to do some research about it and learn what the plant needs, and then we plant it.
We're outside a huge percentage of the day.
And we have to bring our discovery journals to write about what we learned on the trails or what we're seeing.
They're not afraid, and it's so amazing because we wear our uniforms, and that's because we tell parents, don't expect your child to come home clean every day.
Now I'd like to share a story that takes place on a truly impressive scale, reforming a city's metabolism from one that's biodiversity destructive to one that's biodiversity restorative. That's not easy or simple, but people in New York City are doing just that in the case of the New York Harbor.
The water is the new sort of front, and of course there are challenges with that situation because we face, plus 30 inches of sea level rise in the sort of midterm, and we have increasing storm surge and hurricane activity, and so we developed this strategy of a breakwater that is then seeded with oysters. So it is a piece of infrastructure day one that takes the wave action and lowers the velocity of the wave action. We're combining that with an onshore dune to reduce flooding, and that structure is seeded with oysters through the Billion Oyster Project.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at two different species of algae. We have the isochrysis and we have the tetrasomas. So we feed our larvae and our oysters two different types. So the tetra would be more for the adult oysters, and the isochrysis would be more for the larvae, since they're so small and they can't really digest the tetra because it's so big. So this is basically a setting tank. It's where we stack bags of shell and for larvae. Larvae is basically...
They're oysters.
Yeah,
Oyster larvae, yeah.
Baby oysters.
Baby oysters.
And they, after a while, they tend to set, and they need something to set on. So we use reused oyster shells, which we get from restaurants where they throw out fake shells.
Everywhere you go on the planet, if you want to increase and preserve biodiversity, if you want to slow down climate change, this idea of rewilding natural places and unnatural places, I think, is a really powerful concept that we really like the idea of here in New York Harbor. What's particularly exciting about it is that there is not a constituency that's really against that. Particularly because Billion Oyster Project was born out of the Harbor School, and we had great relationships with all the maritime operators in the harbor. They trust us, so they know that we're not going to try and do something to injure their use or diminish their use of the harbor. This is one of the most ultra-urban, highly degraded marine ecosystems on the planet. And yet these oysters are living. Kids are getting engaged in planting them. We've done 20 million. I think it's really exciting to think about it not just as a model for what it means here, but for what we can pull off for biodiversity around the planet.
Biophilic Cities is an international movement, and American cities could learn a lot about how to thrive with nature from cities around the world. I'd like to travel now to Singapore to close out this segment. One of the most important things we can do to foster biophilia in young people is for them to be able to see it. Seeing nature right where they live heightens their appreciation and gets them asking questions. It's a gift for a lifetime of learning. Here's a beautiful story of what one city has done to support a single species, and in the process has restored an entire urban river ecosystem.
It's always good to see a wild animal and even a predator living within a highly urbanized city like Singapore. I mean, people would just expect our rivers and reservoirs to just be to just serve the function of flood control and maybe to store water, but to see wildlife and to see otters within our highly urbanized country, I mean, it kind of gets people excited and want to know more about wildlife, and I think this is a very important stepping stone for them to get closer to nature. So maybe otters as the first step, and then maybe they'll get to know more about the ecosystem that otters are living in. Maybe they'll be interested in the fish, or maybe they'll be interested in some of the mangrove environment that the otters may also live in, and from then on having a closer connection to nature.
The ecological footprint of cities has a huge impact on the natural world, often distant nature. So there are some really essential roles that we believe biophilic cities can play in advancing the vision of Half Earth.
The Long Run is a global alliance of like-minded individuals that all run nature-based businesses that are trying to have a positive impact from an environmental and social and cultural point of view. What unites the Long Run members is that they all are looking after an important chunk of biodiversity that needs preserving. They're all embedded in a local community, and they all think that culture is a very important ingredient in their businesses. The idea of the Long Run is really to grow its footprint around the world. We want to preserve 20 million acres by 2020 and affect 2 million lives positively with the Long Run members that are operating around the world. The Long Run is all about using the framework of the 4 C's of conservation, community, culture and commerce to really manage your land or your water in a holistic way.
4 C's is just a great structure to introduce a wee bit of discipline to what you're doing. It gives you something to set targets, to measure yourself against. That's really important if sustainability is going to be about more than words, and about action and results at the end of it. One of the things that really attracted us to the Long Run was the name. We are in this for the long run. It's not all about profit, it's about the people and it's about the place.
The Long Run brings people together that all share the same passion for the environment and for their communities and for the culture that they are embedded in, and who want to make the world a better place and make sure that we can preserve nature while we are creating win-win situations for nature and people. The Long Run is also about sharing. We can every day learn how to make things better, and all of those members of the Long Run, they are operating on the ground on a daily basis. We share best practice, and that helps all of us to get better in the future. We all have goals that we want to accomplish, but it's not something that you can accomplish in a year or two. We all have a very long time horizon in mind, and sometimes think from generation to next generation, and I think that's what makes the Long Run unique, because you're setting your business up truly for the long run.
I'm Sibylle Riedmiller. I'm an educational planner and have worked most of my life in the aid industry. And when I came to Zanzibar in '91 for a consultancy, with, this was a Finnish aid on environment education, action plan, what can be done. So I negotiated for 4 years with 7 government ministries for this Chumbe Island to be turned into a marine park, which is not for profit. It is for conservation and for education.
Since the education program has started here, more than 7,000 people has reached on island through the education program. And this is very important because for the school education trip, we prepare these kids to be the future, conservationists, future fishermen, and the future people who will look after their resources.
Education has been the backbone of the project from the very beginning. I'm an educationist, so that's the main motivation why I did it.
When they are here, they get a full training, and when they go back, actually we expect them to be peer educator to their school.
The main objective of Chumbe is for protection of coral reefs.
Yeah, I have a message for those tourists. First, I tell them they are warmly welcome to Chumbe Island because we have a unique thing which is available in Chumbe. It's only Chumbe which able to do environmental conservation in a 100%. Nothing else. If they want to prove it, welcome to Chumbe. We'll prove it.
They say you are what you read. Our next segment focuses on a book that has nourished me over the years, E.O. Wilson's memoir, Naturalist. It's a book that's inspired millions of readers since the mid-1990s. An exciting graphic adaptation will be available in early November. And in this segment, you'll hear from E.O. Wilson himself, the creative team, and teachers who are eager to have their students read this fresh version.
I wrote Naturalist in the 1990s when I was in my 60s. Late in my career as an active research scientist, I wanted to tell the story of how I grew up and came to be a successful scientist and a writer. I hope to show others that it's not so far-fetched to find success in your passion, even if that passion is something like snakes and butterflies and ants. Looking back, like most people, I had both advantages and disadvantages in my youth. I try to be honest about my strengths and weaknesses. I'm gratified that readers have been inspired enough by my story that Naturalist has remained in print all these years, even enjoying a 25-year anniversary. But today, I'm really pleased to say that a graphic version with stick figures and quotations and balloons is soon going to be published. I was privileged to work with such a talented team at Island Press to adapt my stories, my memories, some of my scientific discoveries even, to this striking graphic format. My original intention and words are there on the page, but now accompanied with funny and evocative images. I hope that this version will find a new generation of readers, particularly young students, who might come to have some of my interests, concerns, and ambitions. At the end of this presentation, I'll return to read some excerpts from the new book.
I'm really excited to bring you an interesting creative team. We're going to talk today about how the graphic treatment of E.O. Wilson's a very successful book, Naturalist, was put together. I've had the chance to look at a pre-publication copy. I think this book is connected with lots of people. Hi to my cohort of discussants here today. Hi, Kris, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. It's a little early, but I'm doing well.
Good morning to you in Hawaii, is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then hi, Rebecca, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing well. Yeah, not so early for me. I'm over in Washington, D.C.
You're in D.C., okay. And then how about you, Jim?
I'm here in Michigan.
You got started, you sort of made this decision, kind of a commitment. This really is a project.
Rebecca's instructions were to not depart from the book. I cheated a little in a couple
So very
places
little.
because I couldn't help myself. Pulled in just a couple grace notes, I think, from some of his other books or from some of the interviews that I listened to or saw with him. And then we get to find out what it's going to look like when a professional artist with actual skills in literally depicting something does with those ideas.
The fun part about doing a book like this is when Jim takes a section out of the book and it says it's Alabama, 1946. Well, that place where Ed was in 1946 doesn't look anything like. You can't look up Google Maps and say, okay, that's Alabama in 1946. So now comes the internet hunt, and a lot of the cities that I drew in this book came from postcards that I found on the internet. Locations that Ed mentions come from me going through Alabama's photo archive, trying to find the exact street corner, trying to find what those restaurants look like. And for me, that's the fun part.
He did take a look at kind of batches of the roughs and the rough sketches and gave some feedback, although usually it was along the lines of, I didn't have a dog at this age, I had an alligator instead, so we could incorporate that kind
Which
of
is
more
actually
fun
way
thing.
better.
Which is
much better.
It's much cooler.
This one I pulled out because I liked how you broke the frame here, and I thought it might be interesting to talk a little bit about how that came out.
This, I think, was a generous way for both Rebecca and Ed then to accept that we were going to literally put old and young, or sometimes, I think Kris, were there even occasions when it's like 3 ages of Ed? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm sure Kris wanted to punch me in the nose across the ocean a couple times, but for suggesting that we do this. But this is one of the things that you can do in comics that is almost impossible to do in other media.
I think this is a good example of, since I'm someone who's more new to comics, I've read a lot of comics, but I certainly hadn't been involved in making any before. Having multiple Eds is something that I had to get used to. I wasn't quite sure about that at first, but the more I worked with both Jim and Kris, it started to make a lot more sense, and a really nice visual representation of what a memoir is, really, a person looking back on their life and reflecting and kind of interacting with their past self.
And I'm sure students will pick out different ideas from a particular passage in the book and come up with something completely different. And it can also work.
There's still this tendency to think, well, it's a comic book, so it's for younger people. Who do you have in mind when you were working on the book? Who do you hope? Obviously, we want everyone to read it, but did you have anyone in particular that you were hoping might be drawn to this?
It's not just for a science person. It's someone who digs science. This is for someone who's interested in a new way of looking at the world.
Yeah.
And comics provide a new way of looking at an original text. And E.O. Wilson's life provides people with a great new way of looking at the world outside them.
I am a 9 through 12 English teacher in North Carolina, and I actually work at a magnet school. So I have the privilege of teaching 9th grade English 1, and that's more of a survey course, so a lot of options there for bringing in a variety of texts. And then I also teach a English course for our magnet program that's more of a college prep course, and that too affords me a lot of opportunities to bring in contemporary texts, to bring in things beyond what we might think of the traditional literary canon. And so for me, that's one of the things that's really exciting about this project. One, that it's based off of a prose work, so it's based off of the Naturalist, and then also it's been turned into a graphic novel. So there are a lot of possibilities there for comparison and for discussion about the different text types and choices.
I have been a high school science teacher in Baltimore City for 11 years. I started teaching biology, then I moved into physics, and I've been spending the most of my time in chemistry. I have had the privilege of teaching at 2 very different schools. One was vocational centered, and I'm at a school now that I've been at the longest that is arts integrated, project-based learning. So we're really progressive and trying to find new ways to get students engaged in the learning process. So I work with some amazing educators there and always trying to change the way we approach science.
What did you like about the book? I mean, both personally and maybe a little bit of how do you see that students might connect with naturalists?
Yeah, so I'll answer what I personally connected with first. I have no experience, like the science field is not where I'm at all. I believe in conservation and I applaud all of the work towards it, but I do not like even going outside, like it looks nice from my window. And so I, just on a personal level, it was really powerful and beautiful for me to read this graphic novel and to read about Wilson's life and how he became involved in science, and just the minute details and the experiences were written in such a way that it felt not applicable to my own life, but very much that I understood that sense of wonder and that sense of discovery, and also that desire to keep learning, because those are things that I do possess. I don't want to go and pick up ants at all, but I like that idea of wonder and being excited about things, and also being very humble in that journey and in that learning. So that resonated with me personally. As far as an educator, I think what was really important is some of the visual choices made. And in our earlier conversation, I talked about certain choices made by the illustrators and by the graphic novelist of having scientific names for things. I thought that was such a cool, that's something that you see in like a science textbook, right? You don't see it in graphic novels are different than comic books, but you don't see it in comic books. And so I thought that choice was really interesting. And I thought the play with some of the panels and carrying images off into it's called a bleed, but bringing them all out of the panel. And I thought that there was a lot of room for conversation with students, and because it's visual, it allows those conversations to feel more accessible to students who perhaps view themselves as struggling readers, who might not normally engage in a prose text. And so those are a couple of things that I just, in reading personally, I thought about how I could bring it back to my classroom.
And I should say opportunities for conversation that other texts aren't awarding me when I try to integrate them into a science classroom. So finding engaging reading that is actually nonfiction, and in this sense is really unique. And in addition to the idea that you're exploring that beautiful like wonder and curiosity that I believe is the best part of science, there's so much that I think translates into that social emotional development. So many of my students I have, in the years have talked to them like, well, I can't be a scientist, or my life is difficult and I have these hardships and I'm not sure that I'll be able to become, the thing I hope to be. And I think what this book can do, and what I'm hoping to incorporate back into my classroom, is the idea that our experiences, are the adults in our life, the place we grow up, the education system that we're a part of, all of it shapes who we are, and it doesn't hinder us from becoming what we want to be. And I think that engaging students in conversation around the experiences that shape them and their journey towards whatever their passion may be, while also including the science and the Latin terms and finding ways to engage in, I think of arts integration right away with like design your own page for a graphic novel and include little science words, like go home, take a picture, and like where can you label, the genus and the class or the family in this picture. So I'm thinking of a lot of ways that it can be a, cross-curricular dream for a team to try to work on, as well as differentiating. I also feel like it can bring in a lot of students that may even feel strong in English, but check out in science or vice versa, and build that confidence when it comes to engaging in scientific experiences.
Race was emphatically not on the official Boy Scout agenda. All the boys in the handbook for boys were white, and so were all the scouts I knew. New troops formed all the time, though, and I was invited to give a short talk to one just starting up in a black rural area near Bruton in South Alabama. I did not feel pride in the example I was supposed to show. I felt shame and was depressed for days afterward. I knew in my heart that these boys would have few real advantages, no matter how gifted they were or how hard they worked. I knew that the doors were open to me, were shut to them. Then I gradually forgot about the matter. What could I do? My mind was on other things. I was filled with ambition and anxiety and did not have a strong social conscience. Civil rights activists who risked their lives to break segregation nevertheless were heroes to my liking. Single, for a moral code, physically courageous, and enduring. I was impressed by them. They made me look again at my own social heritage, but I cannot claim to have been a liberal as a boy and a young man, certainly not one with as much foresight or courage.
I will just say that this exact moment in the book is one of those moments that I was referencing earlier, that idea that you are pulled in different ways by the experiences that shape you, but also having those outward social pressures playing into your development. And I just felt, especially between like this scene and that next scene, how many people in those really important developmental stages can fall victim, can feel these things and then not know what to do with those feelings. And I think as far as having a conversation with students, I think it'd be amazing to talk to Ed about it, obviously. But having conversations with students about something like this could really be a great lesson in itself. Whether it's through English, through writing, or, through just dialogue in class, I think this is a great place to allow students to express maybe their what if. How would you have,
The conversations surrounding those two pages are like timely given our current world, if you will. And so I do think it's really interesting to discuss. Again, we talked about time, we talked about reflection, we talked about humility and demonstrating humbleness. And I think that is really important, that there is this moment of reflection here that it's not something that if I'm saying, okay, tell me about how you became this well-known scientist and this well-recognized scientist, this isn't a moment that I would say, oh yeah, this is going to be in there, and yet it's included, and what is the reason that this is being included? And I think there's a big, to build off of what we were just discussing, I think there's a big moment of acknowledging the past in order to move forward and be better and be a more of who you are meant to be. But if you do not acknowledge the events in your past that did directly or indirectly shape you, then you can never fully fulfill. And I think it is really important. Again, I was thinking a lot about the activity that you see all the time of like draw a picture of a scientist, because we're trying to break those, you know, those assumptions in students. And
Right.
here I think this is important. Tamara, you mentioned earlier, like the word brave. And I was like, yeah, if I was drawing a picture of a scientist, like, is that a quality I'm going to depict? No, I'm going to draw the glasses and I'm going to draw the lab coat. Like, let's be serious. But then here, like brave and humble and realizing like wrongs that were made and how do we right those wrongs, because that's true in an experiment, but it's also true in life.
To talk with such great teachers like you. You know, your students, your schools, your communities are so lucky to have you. But anyways, I just want to, in a much smaller scale, thank you for taking the time to discuss this graphic naturalist.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to see this amazing book. So thank you.
Absolutely. It was, as I said before, it was a privilege. I love being in a room with smart people. That's you don't want to be the smartest person in the room, and you learn so much, and that's what happened right now.
Well, welcome everybody. Thanks so much for taking the time. I'm really happy to close Half Earth Day 2020, the education session, with this roundtable. So I've asked you all here to really talk about what I think is a really tough and important question. And that's, how do we do a better job of engaging students while they're in the classroom?
It's been on my mind a lot with, you know, most of us now either hybrid or virtual teaching. I think my normal answer would be, you know, experiential learning, even in and out of the classroom, and doing hands-on activities is kind of the cornerstone of engaging students. But obviously, I was just having a conversation with a colleague on the way over here. We're really feeling, you know, a little bit strapped in that area with less kinesthetic being allowed. So what I keep coming back to in my classes is just, you know, something that the NGSS also really heavily emphasizes, which is this real world phenomenon. Like, if my goal is that, like, if a student leaves my class and said, I don't know why we learned that today, or like, I have no idea why that matters, then I've failed as a teacher. Because if I'm just teaching them a bunch of biology words and they have no idea what the context for any of that knowledge is, then they've just memorized a few words and they have no idea about the greater importance of what I'm trying to teach them as students.
What a lot of systems aren't doing is trusting teachers to be the innovative creators that we want to be. You know, there's so many restraints in so many places, and I feel like I have been so lucky to be trusted to experiment, just like a scientist would, with the way that I engage my students. I think the progressive nature of the way that I approach science is what a lot of great teachers all around the world are doing. But it's about asking those big essential questions, like, what am I made of? Like, where do I come from? These big questions, but then allowing students to wrestle with it, not avoiding controversy, allowing them to be the leaders in finding solutions to problems.
Joe, your organization, Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants, is really designed, you know, to bring current cutting edge science, you know, right into the classroom and to bring that sense of adventure.
You know, after a few years of teaching, I just didn't feel like I was reaching my students the way that I wanted to. I felt like I was doing maybe too much pen to paper, too much use of the textbook. I need to find a way to shake things up a little bit. So I started inviting scientists, explorers, adventurers, and conservationists to join my class, join virtually, share their experiences around the world. And my students just went nuts for it.
With working with my class, I have mostly juniors and seniors. And you know, when we're 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, we're constantly asking questions. We're constantly out observing. I mean, you know, we're fascinated by everything around us. And at some point, education kind of takes that away from us. And we tend to sit back and just absorb information rather than go out and search for answers. And so I think what helped in my class as far as engaging the students is to have them start asking the questions again.
So I'm wondering what your thinking is on, you know, experiential learning and being outside, and how best to relate that back to what's going on in the classroom. I mean, it seems like a tough thing, you know, and the old model was you do a field trip, and honestly, most of those field trips never go anywhere, right?
I found You know, oftentimes by taking your students somewhere in the world, introducing them to a place, a scientist, an issue, an explorer, that kind of event often gets them to kind of turn their eyes back onto their community. So they learn about a cool species, they learn about an ecosystem, or you know, a global issue, whether it's plastics or something. And oftentimes they want to turn around now, okay, if this is happening here, what's happening in my community? And if this is happening in my community, what can we do about it? So sometimes looking out at the world actually turns out, you know, to have students focus more on the world around them after they learn a little bit more about things that are happening.
You know, as someone who comes from a science background who then became a teacher, I really struggle with this exact subject because teaching in an urban system, many people know funding is always a problem, and we get less and less and less money every year. You know, I teach at school without, you know, Bunsen burners for chemistry. You know, we had to get everything donated that we could. So getting students on a field trip to get them places is one of the hardest things that we face, and how we have to figure out how to get the money, to get the buses, to get them there. And so it's a lot of finding ways to use our backyard, use the city, the urban environment as our playground, and finding creative ways to have students recognize that there's biodiversity in a city. You know, there's so much of this encouragement of getting everybody out. But I think we're all starting to recognize how much there is to offer in these urban environments. So, you know, having students get engaged in distance learning and make public service announcements about water conservation, about, you know, the biodiversity in their neighborhood and the plants growing. And I just think it's really important to remember that even without the access, like you've mentioned, you can have students start to make those real world connections. You just have to kind of meet them where they're at and allow them to feel like it's in their reach.
Do you have advice for other teachers who want to, you know, do something extra, make their, you know, just do more for their students?
I learned kind of early on that, you know, and I think this was mentioned earlier too, we're so hung up on having the right answer all the time, of knowing the answer. As teachers, to stand up in front of the students and not know the answer is a very scary thing. It's scary for the kids as well to not have the right answer, to put up their hand. So I think that's one of the things, just create a culture in your classroom where it's okay to have the wrong answer, where it's okay to fail. I mean, you as they say, you fail forward, that's science.
When you stop thinking of your class as like, all right, my admin is telling me I need to cover this, so I'm just going to do it and put my head down and cover it, and start looking around what's actually happening in your class and saying, like, I wonder why that's happening. I wonder why they loved this topic but not that topic.
Why are you optimistic? What are you optimistic about?
I know I'm optimistic because I see the change in my students' entire outlook after one, you know, 6-week unit on something like water or microplastics. You see them become these change agents. They become the change agents that we're hoping for.
They're ready. I mean, I think if you give them the opportunity to come to the table, they will.
I see a lot of hope in youth. I see how engaged and excited they are. I see when we do an event with rhinos in Africa, I can see the look of awe on their face, and I can see them putting 2 and 2 together about how we could lose this amazing species. So I guess my hope is seeing how excited youth gets when we engage them in biodiversity and learning about our planet.
Threats to the natural world are multiplying. Species are going extinct at an alarming rate.
Unless we move quickly to protect global biodiversity, we will soon lose most of the species composing life on Earth.
But there's a solution. It's called Half Earth. If we conserve half the land and sea, we can still safeguard the bulk of our planet's biodiversity. But what would Half Earth look like? How do we get there? By mapping our planet's biodiversity in fine detail, and in relation to human activities, we can pinpoint the best places to conserve the maximum number of species. Mindful of our ever-changing world, we can identify wildlife corridors and other management solutions that can help sustain biodiversity. With the right information to guide effective conservation efforts, we have the opportunity to support the most biodiverse places in the world, as well as the people who call these paradises home. The Half Earth Project is working to engage people everywhere in why these places are special and how they can best be managed to protect life on Earth. Through cutting-edge technology, we're mapping the magnificent global web of biodiversity with unprecedented resolution and providing scientific leadership and actionable guidance for conservation to achieve the goal of Half Earth.
We can share this precious planet of ours. All life can prosper. It would be humanity's greatest achievement.
Can we really save half the Earth? Yes, we can if we want to.
It's an interesting time to be speaking with you, a time when we're all leaning forward with renewed awareness that human fate is dependent in the long and short term on the care and maintenance of our planet. In order to build a movement culture of action, we need to not only help people understand why a place is special and why it should be conserved, but also why it's an important part of their life and how they can participate in being part of its protection. Our ambition today has been to have a talk about our place in the biosphere and how we should live. Changing the world, making it a better place, thrives on the collision of viewpoints amidst many beacons of hope. And that's okay. That deep engagement and passion nudges us to understanding that will survive critical challenge, taps into our common humanity, our nobler instincts, and brings us together. I'm thrilled to introduce Glenn Close, award-winning actress, passionate advocate, and moderator of our signature session, Igniting Change.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our Igniting Change discussion. I'm Glenn Close, and I am proud to be here with our distinguished panelists and all of you to celebrate Half Earth Day and the great work being done to protect global biodiversity, the foundation of a healthy planet. I was incredibly honored to actually be at the launch of the Half Earth Project 4 years ago in the presence of the great visionary Edward O. Wilson, E.O. Wilson, and conservationists from all over the world. The Half Earth Project is working to save half the earth in order to protect all of life. I approached Ed when I was putting together an evening at Jazz at Lincoln Center with Ted Nash, and it's all about transformation, from light to dark, from hate to forgiveness, and I really wanted to have a piece that was about how humans have to transform in order to survive together on this planet. Ed wrote the most beautiful piece, and I want to start off this discussion with a reading of the last paragraph of what he wrote for us. To save life is to save the world. We must cherish not just ourselves and family, not just tribe and country, but the whole world in which we find ourselves. If to that end we join the knowledge of science with the wisdom of the humanities, the reward will be eternity for the lonely little planet we know and love, and the life upon it. So, grounded in science, Half Earth is a call to protect half the land and sea in order to manage sufficient habitat to reverse the species extinction crisis and ensure the long-term health of our planet. Here's Ed, reading from his book, Half Earth.
The biosphere does not belong to us. We belong to it. The organisms that surround us in such beautiful profusion are the product of 3.8 billion years of evolution by natural selection. We are, like the other forms of life around us, one of its present-day products, and we arrive only in a geological eye blink. As the tragedy of extinction mounts, biodiversity reaches a tipping point at which ecosystems collapse. Scientists have only begun to study under what conditions and when this catastrophe will, in all probability, occur. Some hope that we can take over the controls, monitor the sensors, and push the right buttons to run Earth the way we choose. In response, all the rest of us should be asking, can the planet be run as a true spaceship by one intelligent species? Surely we would be foolish to take such a large and dangerous gamble.
Achieving the goal of Half Earth will inevitably require us to reach into our core humanity and find a common path on which we can walk together. Earlier today, we learned about the importance of science and education. And in this session, we're going to talk about how to inspire and ignite the passion of a movement culture that truly cares for our planet. Together, on this panel, and with hopefully all of you who will be joining us, we will explore how we can best convene and empower collaborative community conservation actions. So I am going to introduce our panel. First, of course, our leader, E.O. Wilson. Ed, I am profoundly honored to call you a friend. Author of more than 30 books, winner of the 2 Pulitzers for his writing, and winner of countless awards and accolades, all richly deserved. Ed is why we are here today. Hansjörg Wyss. Hansjörg is a philanthropist who, over the next decade, is donating $1 billion, that's $1 billion, to help accelerate land and ocean conservation efforts around the world, with the goal of protecting 30% of the planet's surface by 2030. Kris Tompkins. Kris has, among other great achievements throughout her career, been a key figure behind the establishment of 13 national parks in Argentina and Chile, and has helped to protect approximately 14.5 million acres through the Tompkins Conservation and its partners. Reggie Love. Many of you may know Reggie as was a close aide to President Obama, and others may remember him as a star for the Duke Blue Devils basketball team. Reggie is now a VP and head of external affairs for HRS Management and co-founder of Apollo Global Management. Jeff Ubben is a member of the E.O. Wilson Biodiversity Foundation Board of Directors and founder of Inclusive Capital Partners, which is focused on sustainable investing that drives value back to our planet. I'm particularly inspired by two of our panelists, Jacob LaBelle and Jamie Butler, who are youth plaintiffs in a constitutional climate lawsuit called Juliana versus United States. Here's a trailer from the documentary Youth versus Gov about their activism.
This is my all-time favorite place to go. When I was scared because there was the hurricane, I came up here, and this is where I felt safe. It's because I knew if it flooded that it couldn't wreck anything here and everything. So I knew that I could trust this area right here. Crap, this is new. It's very frightening and disturbing. You see this giant tree down in one of my best friend's yard. I've lived with the hurricanes my whole entire life. And even though it's reality, it's really scary.
All of our traditions and everything is based here. And a lot of our origin stories are from here. We can't just leave because it's just too sacred for us.
It's all been a matter of choices. And our feelings of despair and dread and anxiety is all because of choices that we had no participation in.
Everything could have changed, like really before I was born. I was born in '71.
I think 1971 will be known as the year of action for the future generations of America.
The history of this whole period has got to be the saddest story ever told. This huge failure to rise to the moment. I think it's the greatest dereliction of civic responsibility in the history of the Republic.
When I look back over that period of time, I think in some sense I've failed to do really to accomplish what I wanted to accomplish. So I'm very gratified that somebody can make use of my documents.
This is why we need trial, because this story has to come out. And government can come in and make their case if they want, but a judge needs to hear from both sides. Because if it's as bad as we think it is and all the evidence we have indicates, it's the biggest crime against humanity ever, and it's a constitutional violation by any standard.
Jacob LaBelle is an activist, writer, and biodynamic farmer who was born in Quebec and now lives in Roseburg, Oregon. He aspires to help create self-sustainable living ecosystems for human communities worldwide and to promote unity based on a shared reflection on the importance of our environment. Jamie Butler is an indigenous young woman from New Mexico. Her home and culture are also uniquely affected by drought, which drives her activism. Thank you all for being here today. As we start our discussion about how each of you is working to engage people in a sustainable future, I'll ask a few questions and all of you can just jump in.
Just honored to be in the presence, I mean it, of people who are so distinguished in their own lines of work, and also grateful because that you've agreed to put in enough of your time into what I hope we are making a significant addition to the conservation effort.
So let's get started. Protection of biodiversity is both inexorably global and intensely local. And many people ask, what could I possibly do to make a difference? Ed, you are a visionary planet elder, a great synthesizer of ideas. My question to you is, what are the most essential ingredients needed to inspire large-scale action on behalf of biodiversity and our planet's ecosystems?
The answer, I think, is straightforward, and it is find out what is on this planet. Let me give you some figures, a couple. I won't bore you, I hope, to illustrate my point. We have, that is, the scientists who work on classification of species and ecosystems, found and described approximately 10 million species of plants and animals. These are called eukaryotic. They're more complex than bacteria. That number on the Earth has been explored since the time of Linnaeus, but we only know approximately 60 to 70% of those species. Large numbers of species exist in those areas that we're planning to reserve and making the important decisions. We need, as part of the initiative of the environmental community as a whole, conservation organizations especially, to promote the exploration of the biodiversity itself, and to help mount expeditions to many parts of the world that have never been studied sufficiently in terms of what species and ecosystems they compose exists there. Now, I suggest that not only should this be done, because it's going to be an important part of the remainder of biology from here on, but it is the entree to draw in a large part of the public who otherwise would not be directly interested in conservation matters. And it should prove an inspiration for young students to consider going into science, and in that, as part of that, to perhaps enter the field of environmental science. And we go ahead and complete exploring life on this planet in order to know precisely what every species is and what its condition is and what its contribution is to the ecosystems whose preservation and enjoyment we most need.
I'd like to throw out to the panel, for the public at large, for somebody living, for example, in the middle of Los Angeles or New York City, how can you convey to them how important it is that we acknowledge that we are part of this web of biodiversity?
This is the key question. I think the general public does not understand the word biodiversity. It does not. I ask even educated friends of mine. Number two, they don't understand the threat to biodiversity the way Professor Wilson just explained it. We have to find a different way for people to understand what it really means. Or the person on the sidewalk in downtown New York or downtown Los Angeles really doesn't care, because the word is never really used by politicians or explained by politicians. It's just not publicized. It's all a small circle that talks about that loss. So we have to find a very different way to communicate what it is and what we have to do to protect it.
Jeff? I see you nodding. Do you have a comment?
No, that was an enthusiastic response.
I do.
Chris.
You know, I think this is a huge question, and on one hand, I agree with Jared Diamond that crisis is what finally moves culture to make any sort of tectonic shift. And I think that's where we are now, essentially, that you have the effects of climate change, fires here in the West, and so on and so forth, everything we know about. And if discussing biodiversity and the loss of it doesn't move people, which by and large for the last several decades, it hasn't actually moved the needle, then the crisis that we face, and you can throw the pandemic in there as well. I tend to think that cultures are shifted by crisis, that culture by its description is very difficult to shift. That's how it does its work. Things aren't supposed to change quickly. But if you look at the velocity of how we live from March 15th until now, you see that it's very possible for large bodies of people to shift their daily lives on a dime. So I see that as actually positive. I think when we try to talk to people and convince people, there are sort of two ways. People of wealth, power, political class, those are the people who really, like it or not, determine our future. I mean, it's actually a very small group of entities that do so. So there's that, we're so far past the point of thinking that inaction is ethical. But then there are these new movements, the young people out in the streets related to climate change and so on. So I think it's very difficult to change people's minds. I think it's a combination of crisis and youth coming up and criticizing our own behavior and asking us to change to protect their future. But I think it's very tough. Culture is very hard to change.
I think it's personally, these, for example, these terrible stage 4 viruses they're perfectly happy where they have existed, Ed. They have their host, and it's when we disturb them and they bring them out into the human populations. I think that's a very crucial thing to teach people at large. We have to understand what it means when we rub up or against these viruses who have been very happy where they are in a host that doesn't die when they live in them, and all of a sudden we're faced with a global pandemic. I think people have to understand that it is about a balance, and that if you invade somebody's territory, you might have global consequences. Is that as interesting?
I'll be brief to say that's an excellent link. When I say we haven't explored what's on this planet, we've got so much to do just on the plants and animals. When it comes to viruses and bacteria, we haven't even begun the job. And so part of all of this, I believe, could be drawn from the point you make. A very good point. Is to link the knowledge of what's out there and what it's doing and what happens when you disturb it to medical research and to economic activity analyses.
Yeah,
I think that can be done. And
Well,
we can't do it until we find out what's there.
Reggie.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with Ed and Hans around messaging and how do we articulate to the broader population that our ecosystem is fragile and that we have to do a lot to protect it. I think one of the biggest issues around it, and Kris, you kind of hinted on this, is that we need to have, emergencies, or there needs to be a crisis. And then if there's a crisis, then we'll all sort of band together to maybe try to figure out how to put a Band-Aid on that one specific thing that we're trying to solve for that day, that week, that quarter, that year, that cycle. But when we really think about it, I think we have to get individuals to believe a couple of things. That one, that everything that they do matters, that our consumption habits and production, they really matter. And we also have to do a really good job of effectively pricing those things. Oftentimes, we're such a immediate gratification world nowadays. Everything is so immediate. It is, I put a post, I got 10 likes, I went on my app, I got a smoothie, I went to Starbucks in 5 minutes, I got a coffee and an espresso. And oftentimes our actions around production and consumption, those things typically have some sort of a lag, and they don't often show up in our neighborhood. Sometimes, they show up in another country, in another world, and we just have to be dogged about getting people to understand it. And to Kris's point, I do think that, a small group of people do drive the direction of the country most of the times. But I would urge us to not be mindful of our history. When you think of a lot of the movements that have happened around the organization of people and the organization of thought, and whether or not that's, organized labor unions, the women's movement, the end of segregation in the South, all of these things happen through ordinary individuals deciding that they were willing to take extraordinary action to fight for causes that they believe have a real impact on the world that they live in and the communities that they live and operate in.
I think that's a wonderful segue into Jamie and Jacob. There's been an increasing pressure from the younger generations for our current governments around the world to take seriously and move rapidly to address the environmental issues today. The lawsuit that you've devoted yourself to now for 5 years, Juliana versus the US, has raised awareness and motivated a movement with youth activists. With this idea of how do you communicate to the general public, what made you decide to be a plaintiff, to stick to it? And how is this resonating with your peers? How does your personal connection to the climate change drive your activism? Jamie, why don't you start?
I guess the reason why I stuck to the lawsuit is because I feel like this is the only way that I can actually make a difference. I mean, it's not the only way, but it's like the most prominent way I can actually be on a larger platform and make a difference and actually talk about how important it is to me, and also to like how it should be important to everyone, because it literally affects everyone. And I am from a culture where small things that people do really affect how my culture is and what happens to it, because my culture is heavily reliant on our surroundings and being able to find certain herbs and certain animals, and just having access to that. And if our climate changes, we won't have access to it. And over time, that will mean that my culture will no longer be able to exist. still be very much harder for that to happen. So I think that that's the main reason why I've stuck to it, is because this is the only way that I can really have a say in the future of my culture and the future of other youth language. I mean, other youths.
Jacob.
Yeah, so where should I start? I'd like to tie it back just quickly to the discussion we just had about how do you get people to care, just an everyday person. You know, most of our population lives in cities. I live on a farm, so I was very lucky when I was, when I moved from Quebec when I was 4, we moved with my family started a farm. And so I grew up homeschooled, around animals, playing outdoors in the creeks and in the forest. And there was this very immediate relationship with all the species and the biodiversity and the climate, both through farming and just through my entire life. But, for all those people who maybe didn't have that immediate experience, how do we communicate and how do we inspire, right? This is the whole goal of this discussion. And I had just a quick idea that came to me in the prior discussion, which was that we can even start with, people's health and people's bodies, and taking care of our bodies and taking care of our health. And we talked about the pandemic, but I'm also thinking about nutrition crises, about food deserts. Kind of ties back to why I decided to join the lawsuit. Honestly, for me, I never expected to be an activist. I think life is activism done properly. And so, for me, a company came in and wanted to build a natural gas pipeline, not quite in my backyard, but basically about a mile out from our farm. And so that company was called Verison now, and the project is called Jordan Cove. And so I was fighting that project because I didn't think it was ethical to be building more of this infrastructure, and I didn't want to have that near our farm, where my children might grow up and where my family lives. And so that's what got me involved in the constitutional case. And then also that point that we do need to hold leaders accountable, and that applies to leaders from both parties. We all have pros and cons and personal preferences and backgrounds, but the unique thing about our case, and I'm going to wrap up with this, the really unique thing is that we look at the historical record of both Democrat and Republican presidents and administrations, and we look at that record and we look at when we had the first scientific alarm bells, which was back before the 1960s and before. And we had James Hansen testifying before Congress, and we had all these warning bells about biodiversity and climate change. And we had EPA reports written up, and we had predictions of apocalyptic change. And this was back before I was born, decades before I was born. And so what we said is there is this injustice that has been done by our government over long periods, not tied to any particular president, but tied to the office of the president and our government as a whole. And that injustice is against all citizens, but especially against young people who will inherit this burden and really grow into the situation that those decisions basically have created, and that we had no say in, that our actions had no say in, that we were not even born when those decisions were made. And so that's really the crux of our case. And it's a completely new argument. And it's been an amazing journey with my co-plaintiffs and our lawyers, our legal team, and all the people like you, all the people that I get to meet, that we get to meet every day through this effort. I'm really honored to be here with all of you. It's really good to be here with you.
Thank you. I want to open up the discussion with Reggie and Jeff particular, and Hansjörg to answer what Jamie and Jacob are talking about. Jamie is losing her culture through drought, and Jacob almost lost his farm because of fire, and it's all due to climate change. What are you Reggie, let's start with you, because you were actually in the Obama administration when this lawsuit was first created. I'd love you to comment on how you would answer their generation, and all three of you to talk about what the private sector can do and what you think has to happen in governments, not just our government, but governments around the world, but particularly our government, because we now are not on the forefront.
I think that the larger portion of it is that in order for us to have a real impact globally, I think the U.S., when you look at our history, because we, historically have been, before the 1960s and 70s when we passed the Clean Air and Clean Water Act, I think we were one of the largest polluters in the world. And so, I think we've got to also not only be a leader at home, but we've got to be a leader at home in how we look at curbing pollution from industry, so that we can go to the rest of the world and speak about why not only is it not important for us as Americans to do it, but why it's important for the other large producers of pollutants across the world to participate as well. And I think that's, I think we've taken a couple steps back in this administration, in terms of what President Obama had done around the climate change pact and pulling out of the climate change accord. My hope is that folks like Jacob and Jamie will continue to organize and to continue to put pressure not only on the federal government, but also on our local government officials, and demand that these issues be taken seriously. And that if they're not taken seriously, that we will not continue to support them, and will not continue to vote them in the office, and we will be friction for them throughout their administration.
Yeah, Glenn, thanks. Hey, Reggie. I listened to Jacob, and it is about the externalities of business, essentially. Just not to bore people, but capitalism allocates capital, and it's been doing a good job of allocating capital to help companies come up with the most convenient, most affordable product or solution. And that is brought with it tremendous harm to the environment and into society. And I would say in the last 10 years, something is changing. When you look at the coal industry, it just basically went away because the externalities finally became evident in their stock prices and in their business, and they were held accountable to it, and they didn't change, and they went away. I would say big oil is in that same place today. You're dealing with a super convenient and affordable product. The hydrocarbon molecule stores energy better than anything you've ever seen, and yet, only in the last 5 or 10 years are their stock prices, in particular, reflecting the externality of their product. So the investor class, which is where I come from, is actually starting to show up, which is quite exciting. I listened to Jacob, and you think about, I was on a conference call with McDonald's, with the board of directors of McDonald's, and their product is very convenient and very affordable, but it has tremendous externalities. And you look at the obesity in our society and the morbidity around the pandemic, and it's very, very connected to that. Now, the thing about McDonald's is their stock price is at an all-time high. So, we need, maybe 5 years from now, we're going to pick up the externalities. So the market signal is starting. Investors are, by the way, very willing to back big ideas. We just attracted $500 million to build greenhouses in Kentucky using rainwater only, back to Ed's original point about fresh water. This is, we're out of water in California, no more tomatoes in California. So we're going to grow that. We're going to bring the Netherlands essentially to Kentucky. And big investors like Fidelity put hundreds of millions of dollars behind this company, even before we've grown a tomato. that's a really good sign. There is this long-term money out there for companies that have a solution to our world's biggest problems. So things are changing. I think the more pressure, the better. Kris talks about where the power is, and it really resides in business and government. If you can get companies like big oil to invest aggressively against climate change solutions like carbon capture or hydrogen, they will go to Washington and advocate for carbon pricing because it becomes in their interest, since they have a competitive advantage because they're putting money behind it. And that has not happened yet, but it's about to, I think. But we need them to think differently about their business and to make these long-term investments. I don't know if that was too nerdy for everybody, but that's from where I come. Sorry about that.
So Hansjörg, it seems like it's certainly in the area of business, what's good is what makes the most money. Do you think there is a possibility in the future for capitalism to become altruistic?
Well, I have very little hope, because when you look how our system rewards CEOs and chairmen of corporations, they don't get rewarded to be nice to nature. They don't get rewarded to really create huge social programs or defend biodiversity. They get rewarded by the increase in the share price, by the increase in earnings per share, and so on. So I have very little hope that business will really be, a major player in this field. But on the other hand, if we can persuade a couple of large corporations, together with the government, together with civil society, together with philanthropy, to make the biodiversity problem as well known as the climate change problem. If you talk climate change, people might be for it or against it, or deny it, or push it, whatever it is, people know what it means. And if we can do this whole group to talk about biodiversity in the same way that it becomes a world-known word, then I think we have a chance. Now, what I did is I said, I'm not going to start a propaganda action. I created the Campaign for Nature to protect 30% of each country by 2030. I thought this was a simple way to help to protect biodiversity. And if we can get more people behind that campaign, and we're working almost daily with many governments, so eventually in Beijing they will approve 30 by 30, maybe we have a chance.
So what needs to happen is to really, really expand the whole half Earth, saving our biodiversity to many levels.
So we have to find a way. What does it mean if biodiversity is gone to the individual citizen and to nature and eventually to businesses? So we need to have some different way of explaining the threats.
When you think about, the business, markets, philanthropy, and policy is the ecosystem that Ed talks about. And you do need, like any ecosystem, you need some keystone species. These are companies that lead the way with change, not on more earnings tomorrow, but a longer term perspective. And they attract a certain constituency, and they get rewarded for their courage and their leadership. Patagonia is the most awesome example I've ever seen of that in my life. So, they were early, but there are these keystone species, these systems of change out there. And I think they will get rewarded, and that they will be followed, and they will be, this sort of example that, I call it a race to the top rather than a race to the bottom, which is the dirtiest, cheapest, most affordable product or service. The race to the top, started with Patagonia, frankly, and then, but it's starting to kick in. I'm optimistic.
So that's a perfect segue to Kris Tompkins. Kris, in a recent TED Talk, you talked about the power of absence as a driver to your activism. In the early days, your extraordinary conservation work was sometimes greeted with suspicion. What role does the power of absence play in motivating people? And what can you share with us about what is needed to inspire broad constituents to work together in support of ambitious conservation goals?
Well, I'll go back to what Hansjörg and Jeff and were talking about in terms of business, because this definitely connects to the power of the absence. And as a member of the Patagonia team since 1973, and for many years the CEO, I can tell you that we have been working with other companies almost since the beginning, not quite. And within the private sector, private corporations, privately held companies, there's a lot of leeway to do all sorts of things. But once you get into public companies and shareholder concerns and so on, that's where the brakes get thrown on. And I agree with Jeff that these things are beginning to change. Investors, probably like you, Jeff, are beginning to ask more of the entities they're choosing to invest in. But all these things, coming back now to the question about the power of the absence, I started thinking about this when I've been asked many times, why national parks? Why rewilding? What's the big deal? Do we need national parks? And I've thought a lot about that, and I decided that the best way to get people to see the power of these things, the necessity of these things, is to imagine their absence. Imagine the United States with no conservation lands. Imagine no Yosemite, Yellowstone, the Grand Canyon. If all of those things were generated toward what Bears Ears is going today. And in my own life, I'm a fourth generation ranching family here. We grew up on our great-grandfather's ranch. And when we sold that ranch many decades later, we felt completely adrift as a family. And that was when I really understood the power of the absence. And when I think that people fight for those things that they begin to understand, for those things that you love, for those things that you know to be true. And the loss of those things, which comes back to Ed's comments about understanding where we are, who are we on this planet with, and so on. Then you start to identify with it, and you begin to feel the ache and desire for wholeness and to bring yourself, I call it a fight. That's probably not a word people like to use, but we do have to fight the trends of globalization, the global economic model, and so on, consumption, rise in population numbers, and so on. So that's why I think about things in terms of their absence, because when a grassland goes, when a species goes, it's forever. And forever is a very big word. So, you know, in some ways what we do, and all of us do on this panel, it's a race. I mean, I feel, I turned 70 a few months ago. For me, it's a personal race. How much territory can you put aside and take it out of the potential for production? How many species, who's missing? How can you race and try to bring them back before they too go missing? And I support Hansjörg's work on 30% by 2030, because for me, it's a big clock. Because the power of the absence is so present. And whether you understand it as an individual or you don't, it's always moving. And that's what gets us out of bed every morning, is running against this clock, not only for biodiversity, but beauty we really understand that, as someone wise said, that landscape without wildlife is just scenery. And that's, a lot of people haven't thought about that. I hadn't thought about it so much. So anyway, the power of the absent is probably what really forms the energy behind everything we do, whether it's in ag or just straight up conservation or speaking or whatever it is.
Hansjörg, do you have a comment? I saw you.
Well, I agree with all your statements, and I'm glad you brought out that private companies have a really good voice and are doing the right things, most of them, especially Patagonia. And I also agree that with you that once you get in the public sector, it becomes difficult.
I want to make a comment that in the town that I'm in, which is in Montana, there's sprawl. There's we're really going to be affected by it, and the tragedy is that they're building on some of the most wonderful, arable, beautiful soil, certainly in this country. So I'm wondering, with all of you here, do you think that one of the things that can happen is that people know what they're doing, that they're either taxes or their bonds or something that's created so that when you actually are building on soil that could be feeding people, you take on the cost or you take on the risk? Because same thing with, my niece said that when you have people building in places where that will be, fire hazards in some of the forests where people are building, where no one has ever built until now, they should know what that risk is and they should pay something for it. Do you think that? I think that's something that we should all think about and really start moving on, because it's doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, we've started to do it, right? I mean, we've done it with cigarettes and taxes on cigarettes. We've done it with taxes on sugary food. I mean, we know how to do it, and so I think it really is just a function of creating enough groundswell to make it a priority, to make it one of the top priorities.
Right.
And it does. Reggie's right. I mean, I saw the Business Roundtable came out with the support for some sort of carbon tax or carbon dividend or whatever you want to call it. And if you could, really, I mean, loss of forest is it's all connected. I mean, whether we're deforesting for food or developing for sprawl, if you could put in place, like to your point, Glenn and Kris, if you could put in place some sort of reward system to not develop because there's a carbon value to it, that could happen. This is amazing that the Business Roundtable actually is supporting it. It puts in, when we have an edict by our governor that said no more diesel cars or gasoline cars by 2035, I mean, that's easy because he's long gone by 2035, and there's no policy, there's no economic incentive for that to happen. EV cars are way too expensive for most people. There's, the charging network is pretty shitty, it's pretty bad. So, here you have these disconnects, and wouldn't it be awesome to have the ability to grow a forest and get significant income for just not harvesting it because it's worth that much in terms of the carbon avoided? Policy has to step up really right now.
But that's legislation, and legislation is moved by, generally speaking, I know this isn't popular, but by the economic system. And until you change, as Hansjörg said, the nature of capitalism, but also nature of our particular brand of capitalism, is such that the sovereign states are really handmaidens to to the economic system. And so by desire and by necessity, which I've spoken Spanish many times, but that's the conundrum. You know, if you look at the insurance industry, I keep waiting for it to have such weight on it that has to have tectonic changes as it begins to find the economics of doing what you're saying, Jeff. Well, anyway.
Reggie?
I would just say that I think people have to actually believe that it's the moral right thing to do, not just the right thing to do. Because when people start to believe that it's the moral right thing to do, you know, I think history has shown us that people will cede their oppressive ways, their agrarian ways. They will do things that are not in their economic benefit in order to keep the social fabric of the country together. And we've seen that happen in the history of the United States. We're on like our fourth cycle of it now.
I would love to hear from Jamie and Jacob. I mean, you guys are not millennials, but I think the millennials are 51% of the population, which is, you know, it's tipping away from these materialistic baby boomers who just go out and buy cars to make themselves happy. What do you think? What's going on with your generation? You know, does the conscious consumer really kick in, or is everybody too busy to do it?
I feel like that nowadays, like pretty recently, it's been really popular to really be more conscious about it. For example, with the whole like tiny house trends and like bus conversion trends and stuff like that, a lot of people choose to do that lifestyle, which is becoming more and more popular. They are heavily reliant on like solar panels and solar generators and just things that rely mostly on renewable energy. And I think it's one of the most interesting movements to me personally. And I am currently actually renovating my RV, and I think it kind of just shows that small things are really possible, like to completely change your life and completely rely on renewable energy 24/7 all the time. And it really teaches a lot of the people who are joining that kind of lifestyle how to like really like appreciate their resources and really stay in touch with the whole environmental movement side of life. I think it's kind of getting popular, but like again, that's like just a small part of what's going on in our generation.
Would anyone else like to make a final comment?
I just want to say that when I first met Ed, it was sort of the front end of the discussion about half Earth. And I'm a conservationist, but when I met him, I told him I was so not confused about it, but suspicious of it. It felt like overreaching, which coming from me must be really overreaching. And you explained it to me, Ed, how you saw it. And from that moment forward, it's changed the way that we look at what we're doing. We're very, very results driven. And I tell you, after that, I raised the bar on virtually everything we do. And I'm part of 30% by 2030. I get it. It's a stepping stone. But by God, we're going for half Earth, any place we work. And God love you. You have changed the nature of how we measure what we're doing and the velocity at which we do it. So really, God bless you. We love you so much.
I can't respond to that. I admire you so much. I was having the same sentiments of thought about you and my other friends here. This is an extraordinary group. I've benefited a lot by what every person has said here. And you've actually inspired me to get back to work and really do it right. My work, I hope, on ecosystems. And I thank you personally for reminding me of the power of absence, which should be a pivotal way of thinking about the environment.
Okay, keep your nose to the grindstone out there, Ed. Get it all down on paper.
Long vacation if you wish.
So thank you to our panelists for coming and sharing your experiences, your thought leadership, and your actions with us. Thank you for everyone who tuned in. It is truly inspiring to know that we have so many great minds and so many dedicated people working to address our global environmental problems, working to teach us how important biodiversity for half the earth is. At this point, I'd like to introduce a very, very special guest, Mr. Paul Simon, poet and musician who has written the soundtrack. Paul is also a member of the E.O. Wilson Biodiversity Foundation Board of Directors. Welcome, Paul.
To strive against odds on behalf of all life would be humanity at its most noble. That's a quote from Ed Wilson. And as usual, his eloquence, I think, expresses what we all feel in our heart. I'm Paul Simon. I'd like to thank all the panelists and participants and the people who have worked so hard for the E.O. Wilson Biodiversity Foundation. Ed, I send you my love. I miss having our breakfast of scrambled eggs and bacon, English muffin. Paula, my gratitude, my respect for the tremendous job that you've done. I wish I could be there. I wish we all could be sharing this in more, in better times. And I'm sure they're coming. Thank you all. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. And I say, it's all right. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. But here comes the sun, and here comes the sun, and I say, well, it's all right. Little darling, I see the ice is slowly melting. Little darling, feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say, it's all right. Sun, 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 here it comes. Sun, 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 here it comes. Sun, 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 I say it's alright. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. It's alright.
I want to thank you all for attending Half Earth Day today. I wish we could have shared this day in person, and I'm hopeful that we can do so next year on Half Earth Day. In the meantime, I encourage all of you listening to share this conversation and all of Half Earth Day with your friends, families, and communities. As we have heard in this session and throughout Half Earth Day, it's going to take all of us to achieve the goal of Half Earth. I hope you will bring your skills to the table, because everyone has something to give. Everyone can make a difference. As Ed said, to strive against the odds on behalf of all life would be humanity at its most noble. On behalf of all our panelists, our presenters, and everyone at the Half Earth Project and the E.O. Wilson Biodiversity Foundation, thank you for being here today. Please keep in touch.